All right, so it says that they said that when they took a look at my account, they said that the EC2 instance, the configuration was fine. They said that the load balancer side, there's an issue. Um, the target group is not receiving, well, it says that
Um,
the reason is the target group has a failed health check, is the load balancer received an error while establishing a connection to the target, or the target response was malformed. And yeah, I mean, I've been having this issue for 2 weeks now, so I'm not able to really do anything, honestly. You know, I've been
okay.
trying to fix it, but nothing's working.
Okay. Um, you, you can share your screen. I'll help you. I'll look at it for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So this is the support. When I reached out to support, this is what they told me. This is the first message I
Okay.
sent. So let's go to the EC2 instance. Let me spin them up and then
Which project are you working on?
the first one. Um at first I did, so when I started the class, I did up to project 4, but then I had to stop because I wanted to take the exam. So I took like 2 months off. When I came back, I just wanted to start back. So I start doing project 1. Um, but when I tried to create the instance, it was successful. But when I put in the target group, it will always
Okay.
come up and show that it was unhealthy. Um,
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So I'm saying, um, can you show me the project you are working, the one you are working on now? So I know I have a good reference of what
sure.
issues you are having.
Okay, I'll have to log in to let me see something.
Okay, so you're doing the assignment. Is it the assignment you're working on or the project? I think you might be muted. Oh yeah, am I muted? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me? Or is it on my end or is it?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Belafort, I can't hear you just in case you're speaking. I think something is wrong with your mic. Yeah, I think something is wrong with his mic. So he had to drop. I'll just wait for him to rejoin. Sometimes when you share your screen, that happens depending on your internet connection. How are you guys doing today? I wanted to, seems like we're going to have some
Yeah.
troubleshooting stuff. Okay. I wanted to show you guys like a mini Python project you guys can work on. So if we have time today, we'll look at it. If not, next week we can start. And also, they're having construction stuff at my house, in case if you guys are hearing some background noise. I apologize for that. So yes, if we have time, we'll look at the Python project today. And if not, we'll start next week. I don't want to rush you guys through it, but I just want to enlighten you guys just to see that when you are using Python to create things in AWS, it is not, I don't like to tell you guys something is difficult or easy. It is not difficult and it's not easy, but you can you can pretty much see the logic in what you are trying to do. So I just want to show you guys that just to enlighten you um, on what to look for when you are working on Python project. And yes, but we'll see if we have time today. Go ahead, Miguel.
Hi, Aziz. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. You?
Good to hear from you. Yeah, I'm fine. Um, I mean, do you have time to troubleshoot with my cloud formation project, or should you do you need to finish? Do you have a presentation today that you need to finish, and you can troubleshoot with me after?
No, I'll troubleshoot with you guys first. We can always work on the Python stuff later. So.
Yeah, sure. Looking forward for that small Python project as well. And if in case we run out of time, then you can probably add it to our assignment or in the canvas so that we can review it if we run out of time. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Uh, Belafont, go ahead. Are you ready now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I had problems with my own internet. All
It's
right,
okay.
let me put this in the target group. Yeah, I was trying to open the
Can
the project page. Can you hear me?
bef yes, I can. Before you put it in the target group, can I see the issues you are having? What project are you working on?
Okay, let me
And
let me let me get the let me open it up, please. Just 1 second.
are you sharing your screen or I'm saying you don't have,
Uh,
if you don't have everything launched, you don't have to launch it now. But I want to get an understanding of which project you are working on, so that way we can start from there. So if
okay,
you don't have to launch everything and try to put it in the target group now. We'll get to that um, because most likely whatever issue you are having, you're still going to have the same issue.
okay. I just logged in into I don't know, can you guys let me share my screen. I got it now. Okay, so I was working on this one. Uh, this one.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So I got um that stuff. Yeah, so this is where the problem, I created the instance to add it to the target group.
Okay.
And then I created the load balancer, but
Okay.
then Uh, I
Okay,
was having problems here
yeah,
because of, yeah.
that's fine. I understand where you are now. So can you, so you still have your VPC up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, you have your VPC and you have your target group and your load balancer. You still have
Yeah,
those up. Okay.
yeah, I still
All
have
right.
those. So let me see.
So these are the EC2 instances you launched that are in your
Yeah,
target group. All right,
yeah.
can you SSH into one of those EC2 instances? First, you can terminate. So on these EC2 instances, did you install your website on it?
No, I wasn't able to do that.
Uh,
I wasn't
um,
able to do that.
I don't understand. You did you work on the
Yeah, so when I
did
mean,
you the so when you create your EC2 instance and you put it in the target group, right?
right, right.
You haven't installed your website on it at that point, so
See,
there won't
yeah,
be nothing for the load balancer to show the end users. So it
right.
would show up unhealthy. So, but I'm saying, like, did you work on the next one? You see the next one is installing your website. Did you install your website on the EC2 instance?
So yeah, so I try to do that, but
Mhm,
every time I do it, like for example, every time I do, was it the install Git,
mhm.
it will load and load and load and load and nothing would like it would just keep
Okay,
loading like
I see.
yeah.
So then that means there's an issue in your VPC, either with your VPC or your security group.
Well, okay.
So okay.
Uh, I don't
Let's
know if I don't want to take the whole class.
No, it's fine. You're not taking it's however long it takes, that's how long it takes. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So
Uh,
um um so go to your VPC.
can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right. So filter by your VPC, the one you are using for this project. So
Okay.
click that filter by VPC over there on the left side and filter by your VPC. So you see on the left side, the menu is on the left side of your screen.
Uh-huh.
Right there. Okay. Then
Okay.
select the Dev VPC, the one you are using for the project. I think it's the first one.
Right.
All right. So the first thing I would check is, so in that lower menu where your mouse is, drag, scroll up there. You don't have to drag it up. Your screen is big enough. So you see how the bottom screen, when
The
you
bottom, yeah,
select when you select something at the top, it shows you the information about it at the bottom. So
right.
there you can scroll up. So at the bottom, you can scroll up and down.
Okay.
All right. So you want to select resource map. All right. So here, right? So when you guys are having issue with your VPC, one of the first place you can troubleshoot is under the resource map because it shows you a good uh, idea of what your resource, it shows you a good idea of how your route tables are set up and what subnets they are connecting to. So because most of the time when you are having issues with your VPC, most of the time it's always your route table. So here, right, you have an internet gateway
Yeah.
and I can, hold on, you have an internet gateway and I can already see that you don't have a NAT gateway.
Yeah, I deleted it because I didn't want to keep getting charged. So I had to, delete it. But I did create a NAT gateway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you delete the NAT gateway before
I deleted
was after you were having the issue?
yeah, after I was having the issue,
Okay,
I spent the entire night going over it. So I just said, let me just delete it.
okay,
And then since I can always create it again.
okay,
Um,
yeah, exactly. So first we'll recreate your NAT gateway, but let's see what things. So if you click on, you have okay, you have your default route table, your private route table, and your public route table. Okay, fine. So for your public route table, can you hover over it?
yeah,
Right. Okay, that is connecting to your public subnet 1 and your public subnet 2. That's fine. And it's connected to your internet gateway. So you guys know your route table has to be associated with the internet gateway. and whatever subnet you associated with, those subnet will be public. That is what you guys are saying now. Okay, so now select your, don't select it, but put your mouse on the private one, let's say. So the private one, yeah. So the private one, so you have your two, US is one. Well, I think it's just your naming stuff
Yeah, it's
is
just
just
yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
backwards.
The thing is, I pre I've created like 5 different VPCs thinking that was the problem. So I just, I was yeah,
You're just
but
okay, it's fine.
yeah,
So, but the naming is fine, but I still get the logic. But
okay,
so all your subnets that are supposed to be private are associated with that route table. Okay, now that looks fine. So now create your NAT gateway, and we'll associate it with the with the with those
okay,
private subnets. Okay. Very nice. So that's one of the benefits you get from troubleshooting, because you redo something so many times that it will force you to learn it. So that's very good. All right. So refresh your page here and check it again.
so
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. So you have that. Okay.
yeah,
Perfect. So that is, okay. That is what we want. So the next thing I would check is your security groups.
okay, yeah,
So you're still in the VPC. So stay in the VPC. So go to security groups.
yeah,
And let's start with the load balancer one. So don't click on it, just click on the box to open your bottom menu and scroll up. Yeah, so select inbound route and scroll down. No, don't.
okay. I only had
Yeah, you only
yeah,
have the
because
HTTP. Okay.
yeah, again, I was really I was experimenting since nothing was working, but let's
So
see here. That which
yeah, that is it. Just
just those two, right?
save it.
Okay,
And hold on, just still stay on the load balancer one. Select the load balancer
okay.
and scroll down. All right, then scroll back up and check your outbound rules. Scroll down. All right, fine. Now let's check your SSH one.
I know I'm supposed to change it.
No, don't
The
change it
thing
yet.
is,
Don't change it yet. Um, On this project, we are
Oh, this is
using
the
the
outbound. Okay. Sorry.
on this project we are using um the EC2 instance connect endpoint. So do you have that security group in here? I don't see it.
I I took it off. I took it off a couple of days ago because I thought that that would not work. Since when I did it, I figured, it was a problem because that's my first time using is it to instance endpoint. So I figured I probably did something wrong. So I try to do it, SSH instead by using this.
Okay,
But
so okay, that's probably why you were
but
so
I
you
did do the
didn't you
endpoint. It didn't work. That was the
so
first one I did. I followed the video as exactly how you wanted us to create the endpoint, and um instead of creating an inbound rule, um uh edit the outbound rule. I did that, but it didn't work. So that's why
I
I
mean there's probably a misconfiguration somewhere in your stuff that I can guarantee you it does work.
okay.
So um so what I'm saying is when you SSH into let's say you use the SSH method and
Mhm.
your instance are in the private subnet, then you can't just SSH into it directly. You have to set up a bastion host.
Right. So when I did it the first time, like I said, I did it the way you wanted us to do it.
Okay.
It didn't work, and then I figured, okay, let me just put it in the public subnet and see if it works. It still didn't work. So that's when
Okay.
I upgraded
All
my
right.
account, contacted AWS.
So let's recreate the resources and so with you can leave that the SSH one. We already
Okay.
looked at the load balancer, create the EC2 instance security group, the endpoint security group. So now stay here, just click create security group. Call it EIC security group, EIC ESG,
AIC.
ESG.
Okay.
On the outbound rule,
And
it's going to be SSH, and it's
I
going
have
to
to
be
go.
the CIDR block of your VPC. Yeah.
Okay. Let me,
And I noticed your VPC CIDR block is different. So did you make sure that whatever CIDR block you are using is not overlapping with your subnets?
yes, sir.
Okay.
And I've done that.
Okay.
So
So so on the outbound, you have it. And what about inbound? There's nothing on the inbound. Okay. Then go back to your security groups. And now let's select your web server security group. Edit the inbound rule. All right. So that is going to allow HTTPS from your load balancer security group. So remove that and just add it again. So for the HTTPS, that will be your load balancer security group. Yeah. And for that one too. Good. Then for that one, change it to your EIC security group. Okay, it's because you added before, so just delete it and recreate
okay.
it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And that's all we need to do. So now create your EC2 instance connect endpoint. No, stay here. So
Okay.
the endpoint is in here. So create it from there. All right. Give it a name. Yeah. Select your VPC. Select your security group. And select any private subnet is fine. And click create endpoint. Okay, so scroll to the right and let's see what, I mean, over here, see where you have your endpoint up there. Don't click on that export. You see the line under it, you can drag it to the, where I can see the status says pending. Yeah, it's right there. So, okay. Another thing I wanted to, so the EC2 instances you have now, are those, you said you created those in the public subnet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can, can you SSH into them?
So when for the SSH for the security group, if I limit it to, so if I, okay, let me show you something. Security group. Yeah, so for the source, if it's 0.0.0/0, I can SSH into them. But if I, for example, if I edit it and let's say I limit it to um
It's
let's
supposed to be to your IP. So you'll be
right,
under that source. You won't say it there, but under the source, that's where you say it. The one
right.
that says custom.
So right, so if I limit it to my IP, I won't be able to SSH into it. That's why I changed it
So
to, yeah.
save it to rows and try SSH into one of those EC2 instances, let's say.
Okay. Let me check the security. Okay, let's get that.
Oh, you probably you won't be able to SSH into it because we already delete the SSH security group. So for a web server security group, you can add the SSH security group back in it. So go to your security groups. I'll just filter so that way you don't have to. Well, are you in the, so always do it from like the VPC. It's easier to modify
Oh, okay.
your, yeah.
Okay.
So once you filter, you only see just the resources in that VPC. So security groups and select your web SG. Inbound rules. Edit it. Then add another SSH. So the SSH we add is to be able to connect from the endpoint. Don't delete that one, but you can add another one that
Okay.
allows your regular SSH method that you were trying to use. So no, that one will be from, so select the box next to it. That will be from your SSH security group.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, you can try to SSH now. Um,
You want me to use
no,
what?
no, go ahead. No, I'm saying use whatever SSH method you use to SSH.
Oh, okay.
So
Let me just use this.
we would do the endpoint after. So I just wanted to see, so to use your SSH method, what you were using before.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have your terminal open on a different screen? I can't see.
Oh, you can't see it?
No, I can't see your terminal. No.
Oh, okay. 1 second. You see it?
Yeah, I say no.
Okay.
So did you just SSH into it now? Or that
Yes,
was
sir. Yeah,
so
just now.
so you can SSH into it,
Yeah.
right? So did
So
you
if I
so
try,
the issue you were having before, you said you couldn't SSH into your EC2 instance from your IP, right? We
yes,
set it to
yeah.
your IP and it's working, right? So maybe whenever you set your security group, maybe did you work on it in another location? Because if your Wi-Fi changed, your IP is going to change.
No, same location.
Okay, yeah, so that part is working. All right.
So so you want me to try to do this
So
and see if
this EC2 instance is in the public subnet, you said. Okay, so now
yeah.
run those commands, let's say.
Okay.
So most likely you probably run the, so can you type sudo su change to root user first?
Sure. Let me see something right.
Mm.
I'm gonna try to share my entire screen. Just keep it as that. Okay, so you said sudo.
Issue.
Yeah.
All right, press enter. You probably ran those other commands before. So try to change your directory to the HTML directory. So that would be cd space /var /www /HTML. I just want to see if you're press enter. Okay, so you haven't installed it. That's fine. All right, so now run those commands.
Okay.
So don't do that.
Don't do that.
So
Okay.
so that could also be part of the issue. You run it one at a time. So that way, if there's an issue, we know where the issue is. So
Okay.
run them one at a time.
Okay.
And I think on Linux too, you can run all those commands at once like that. But on 2023, there's a way you have to set your script to be able to run it just like that. And also when you are deploying it for the first time, it is good to just run the commands one by one.
Okay.
And just because I'm providing the command to you guys, right? But I also want you to understand what is going on with those commands. So if you just run it just one at a time like that, you won't understand what you are doing. I mean, it will work, but I don't just want you to deploy the application. I want you to understand each of those commands.
Right. I
Yeah.
was just trying to save time, but
It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Sometimes we stay longer. It's fine.
Okay.
All right. Okay, you just installed your HTML website. Now run the next command. Right? So you change your directory into the HTML, right? Now
Right.
run the next command. So before you, I can see your commands. So the next command, paste it in here. I think on that command, I told you guys to add the project, the code to your GitHub repository and okay, this one is to install Git. Okay, run it.
Yeah.
So this was the one you said was just loading. You can see that it is working.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So that one works too. So now what is the next command?
This,
Okay, this is the one to clone your GitHub repository, right?
right.
Okay, that does work too. So type ls, let's see what is in your, okay. All right, what's the next command?
Copy and
All right, so ls again. So you can see all your web files did move into that, right? So everything is working fine now. Now run the next command. So we're just removing that repository we cloned. ls again. All right, cool. So now restart your service. I think that's the last command. All right, now try to go access your website using but since your instance is in the public subnet, right? You can't
yeah.
use the load balancer. So just go click on the public IP address of that instance and try to access it.
Do you want me to do system start and then do it, or
No, you
just
already
do it?
did it. That was the last command you ran, right?
No, that was the enable HTTP,
Let me see.
and this is the last command.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah. I thought that was the one. Okay, cool.
it's okay. Okay.
All right. So now use the public IPv4 address to
Okay.
try to access your site. So I can see your screen, whatever. I can only still see your terminal now.
See it?
Okay. All right. So go to no, copy the public IPv4.
Okay.
All right. So you can see it is working. Right.
Yeah.
So this is when you had the right idea. You trying to test it in the public subnet, see if it works. You can see that it works. So now let's do your
The private one.
the private one, because
Okay.
your endpoint should be ready now. Then so terminate those EC2 instances that you have running.
Okay.
Then we'll launch the one we want to use in the private subnet. Then we will test it again and see. So sometimes if there is a misconfiguration in your VPC, like when you told me you were running the command to install Git and it was just spinning,
Yeah.
that's telling me that either it was the security group or the NAT gateway. Because when I checked, you didn't have the NAT gateway. So remember in the video, I mentioned that the purpose of the NAT gateway is to allow any instance you have in your VPC in the private subnet to have access to the internet.
Right.
So when you are running a command on your EC2 instance to download something, it is going to the internet to find that thing, download it, and install it on your EC2 instance, right? So if you put an EC2 instance in a private subnet and you don't have a NAT gateway, which allows it to have access to the internet, then when you run that command, the traffic is trying to leave your VPC to go to the internet, but it won't be able to leave the VPC because the NAT gateway is not there. So that could have possibly been the issue. Maybe you deleted it and you thought you had it. I don't know. But I can certainly assure you that all the stuff works. So yeah, so create your so here that's fine. All the stuff I
Yeah.
was looking at it, that's fine. So your key pair, for your key pair, proceed without the key pair. It's the first one up there. So your private app subnet right there. Change your key pair. You didn't change your key pair up there. Yeah.
We'll be using this one, right?
No, you use your web server security group because that's this EC2 instance is your web server, so that's the security group you use.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's it. You have your private subnet, you have your VPC. All right, scroll down. And yeah, that's it. And launch. So Sylvie, he's hosting a static website and he's trying to access his website from the load balancer and is saying that the target group is showing up unhealthy. So we are troubleshooting it. Okay, so those other ones are terminated. All right, now add this EC2 instance to your target group.
Okay.
Okay, did you add it? I can't have a look. Oh yeah, you did. It's down there.
Yes.
It's initializing. Okay, that's fine. So now, once your EC2 instance is, yeah, it's fine. It'll show up unhealthy because we haven't installed our site on it.
Okay.
So once your instance is done, go back to your EC2 instance. And SSH into it. Refresh. Let's see that initializing. Hopefully, that usually you can still SSH into it when it is initializing. That's fine.
Okay.
So select the box next to it, then click connect. Use your EC2 instance connect endpoint, right? Then scroll down and click connect. Okay, we can connect into it. Now run your commands again, one at a time. So this was the one you said wasn't working. You say it is.
Yes, sir.
Then run, then continue running there. LS. Okay, perfect. Then run the next one. All right. So now, uh, refresh there. So check your target group. You can see it is
Okay.
empty.
Yeah.
So now copy the DNS of your load balancer. And the DNS name. Yeah. So it's down right there. Then up, see up there, right? See it on the right there. Yeah. I can tell it is working. It's just your internet because it's loading the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it froze on this end, but I can tell it's working. So I think it's just something with your internet. Yeah, you're breaking up. Barely. But I know it's working because I can see the name loading up. Yeah, I can tell. But for those watching, they won't be able to see it because it's showing on this end that it's still loading. But
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you now. Okay. Share your screen again, hopefully.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Is it yeah, just paste it again. There you go. So yeah. So it works.
Okay.
You just have
It
to,
works.
so when you are having issue, I don't want you to spend 2 weeks on it, but also you can spend like you can spend about 30 minutes to an hour on it. And one thing I always say is all the projects I put there, I always test it before I put it. And even as you guys are taking it every now and then, I'll go and retake it. And also another thing that I do is if other students are completing the project, because most of the time when they complete, they would notify me that they've completed the project. So that's how I know what is in their work. Because sometimes AWS may change one or two things. So I'm saying for those of you guys that are also listening, when you are working on a project in your account, I'm guaranteeing you guys 100% everything in there works. So if you run into an issue, the best thing to do is stop at the point where you ran into that issue and trace back your step and try to pinpoint where you think you went wrong with the misconfiguration. Because most of the time it's always misconfiguration somewhere. So I'm not sure when you were running it, maybe uh, you missed a step in the configuration. That's why it wasn't working. But if you try to troubleshoot for, let's say 30 minutes to an hour and you still can't resolve the issue, reach out to me or post your question in Slack. Some other people may understand how to troubleshoot it and they'll help you. But don't spend 2 weeks on troubleshooting.
Thank
But
you. I
no
appreciate it.
problem. No problem. Miguel, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Aziz. Can I present my CloudFormation problem now?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Let me just share my screen. One moment.
Did you try the suggestion that I gave you?
Yes, I have a working snapshot. It's it's really it's even working with my Terraform project. Whenever I rerun it, I'm positive that the snapshot works. Uh, that also has the same AMI. So I reran all my stacks on CloudFormation. I'm just getting a 502 error. We're not really loading the page. I try to trace back. I'm sure I can do better, but I traced back some of my steps. Um, the ALB, when I loaded ALB, the DNS, it's not loading anymore. So I'm pretty sure it's not my DNS because my hosted zone is valid, my certificate is valid. It's still working.
Okay,
That's just
share
it.
your screen.
Sure, 1 second. Let me know if you see it
Yeah, I can see it.
there. So these are all my stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then how do I can't.
So you've loaded all
Yeah.
your did you create your auto scaling group too?
Yes, it's all created complete. And this is the output, my own domain. When I load it,
Okay.
I
So
can't. Yeah, I just
so
get. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it's fine. I mean, um, so for your auto scaling group, is it launching in Amazon Linux 2 instance or is it Amazon Linux 2023?
Let
So
me.
let me look at can you open where your cloud formation project in Visual Studio Code,
Sure.
where your stacks, your templates are.
1 second. Which template would you like to see on my text editor? Which resource?
Open everything. Don't you have it
Oh,
in
sure.
one project folder?
I got it, but it's all separated. This one. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Let me. Yeah, I'll open it. Hold on. I got 6. Do you see my Sublime
No, I
or
don't.
not? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll just share all my screen. One
Yeah,
second.
that's fine.
There you go.
All right. Can you maximize your screen?
So this
All right.
is the.
That's the VPC. Where's the
Sorry.
auto scaling group? That's the
Yeah, I can't get rid of the zoom control on top. I don't know how to the
you
pop-up.
can move it to the bottom. So
Okay.
if you click on it, you should see an
Okay.
arrow there that's
Sorry.
pointing down. Then you can just move it. Yeah, I know that thing is annoying.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So
So select the ASG one.
ASG here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Scroll down.
Sure. Tell me when to stop.
Yeah. Okay. I'll stop here. Launch template is EC2 instance type. Um, image ID is that one. Okay, scroll up to your image ID. No, scroll back up, not down. Your image ID. Stop. Where's your image ID is there? Okay, so what did you enter? Because we don't have a default value here, right? So what did you enter when you created the stack? I can tell, but all right. So you see here for the image ID, we don't have a default value, so that means you have to specify it when you are creating the stack?
Um,
I can
you mean
tell, it's fine. But I'm saying like on line 62, right? The 62, that is the image ID. That is where you are supposed to enter the ID of your AMI.
um
Yeah,
when I was launching the ASG stack here on my console, it asked for the AMI ID,
yeah,
and I put it in this one. This one. This is my fleet card AMI version 2 AMI ID,
okay.
and I put it in the ASG.
All right. So go to the parameters over there, the parameter tab. No, so that is, go back to your CloudFormation stack.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So you see next to the output, all the any parameters you put in, you'll see them here.
Right.
So copy, you see your AMI ID value, hit the value there, copy it,
Okay.
and go back to your EC2 console where you were showing me that AMI.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, and do Control F, Control V. Let me see. Okay, it's the same. All right, that's fine. Then what about your RDS?
RDS. Okay, I'm going now. Hmm. This is the ARN in my parameters, and
Yeah,
then I'm also going to the my DB instance. So it created already.
all right. Okay, just a second.
Sure.
What show me the snapshot you used to create the RDS instance?
This one.
That's the snapshot. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, all right. Let's talk about this. When you use a snapshot, when you use an RDS instance to create a snapshot, right?
Mm-hmm.
The RDS instance, when you use an RDS instance to create a snapshot, the snapshot is going to have all the information on that RDS instance.
Yes.
That is the RDS instance username, password, endpoint, and so on.
Yes.
So, um, so let me think of the best way to explain it. I think sometimes you guys like when there's like a visual representation. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick.
Sure. You want me to
Then
stop sharing?
that's okay. I can share over here. But
Oh,
then we'll still come back to where you are. Just a second. Which screen am I supposed to share? This one. I'm just going to draw some stuff over here. Right. So when let me open the reference architecture, that might be better. So just something I don't want you guys to forget. You guys should always remember this, because when I was working on this project, I think I ran into the same issue. So let's see this. All right. All right. So and you guys can feel free. I'm asking you guys a question now, right? Anyone can feel free to answer if you understand. So this is our web server right here, right? And this is our database here. In order for this web server to connect to the database, so you guys tell me like what does this web server need in terms of like credentials for it to connect to the database? Anyone can answer.
security group.
Yeah, that's one.
Any room?
Children's underwear. Once I see this.
No.
They're not even form fitting.
So for your EC2 instance to connect to your RDS instance, That's one of the service where maybe there's an IAM role behind the scenes, maybe, right? Because this RDS instance is a managed service. So I would say yes, but maybe because there's probably like a service account AWS create. But I'm talking about from our standpoint, when we launch this EC2 instance and we launch this RDS instance, what do we have to set up on this EC2 instance for it to be able to connect to the RDS instance?
I can tell.
Security group
Yes, that
of
is
port
one.
3306.
Yeah. Security group on the port. Yeah, that is one. What there are still like 3 other things we have to
The
set up.
jet staff will use the thought play, and your models will be in momentarily. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You guys know these things because you guys work on it when you deploy your project. So that is exactly what I'm looking for when you guys are working on your project. I don't just want you to complete the application and AWS Cloud with Suraj, thank you, but he deleted it. He posted the answer, but he deleted it. So do you guys want me to tell you or you guys want to try?
LOC.
So I can't see if anyone is raising their hand. Mr. Henry, do you want to take a guess? Okay, I'm going to tell you. Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead.
Is it endpoint?
Endpoint 1, yes. What else?
Target group.
ARN.
No. You guys do this. You guys have done this all the time. So which is why I'm saying, I'm glad we're having this conversation so that way you guys can review it. I'm just going to mention it. In order for your EC2 instance to connect to your RDS instance, and you guys will be like, oh, wow, yes, right? You need to add, first, you guys said the security group, that is one, right? The second one is you need to add the username of the EC2, the username of the RDS instance. Remember when we edit the env file?
Yes.
And in the env file, you guys remember we add the username of the RDS instance, the database information, the database name, and the endpoint of the RDS instance, and also the password of the RDS instance. Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
That is what allows your EC2 instance to connect to your database. Those are the things. Security group. I'm using my mouse to write, so excuse this. The username of the database, the database name, DB, and the password. You guys, please don't forget that this is what you'll be doing this every day with any application you are trying to deploy. This is like one of the things you should know. So that is what allows this EC2 instance to connect to your RDS instance. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when you now take this RDS instance, right? When you complete this project the first time, you created this information for this RDS instance. Now, when you use this RDS instance, let's say you use it here to create a snapshot, right? What I'm telling you is that your username, DB name, and endpoint information. So it's here 4 things you need: username, DB name, password, and endpoint. This information for the RDS instance will be on the snapshot. So all this information will already be on the snapshot. So think about it. When you use this RDS instance to create a snapshot, all the information is already on it. When you configured your server, right, in your env file, you've added in your env file the credentials to connect to your database, which is the username, password, all these things I mentioned. So now when you use this snapshot to launch another RDS instance in the future, let's say you are you're working on the project again, you just want to launch everything, right? The new RDS instance you have will have the endpoint, DB name, username, and password, the same thing here, right? But remember when you, on your AMI2, your AMI2 also has the information of the RDS because you have to put it in your env file for you to be able to connect to the RDS. So basically what I'm trying to say is how AWS creates your RDS endpoint is they use the instance name of the RDS, right? And they will add some other values to it to create the endpoint. So I'm saying like, if the original name you call this RDS instance, then when you use the snapshot to create a new RDS instance and you call it a different name, you call this RDS instance a different name, that means AWS will use whatever name you call it to create a new endpoint for it. Are you guys following me? So when you create a new endpoint,
Yes.
so when you create a new endpoint here, it means that whatever endpoint you already configure on your AMI will not be the same as your new RDS instance. That is the issue you have, Miguel. Do you understand what I just explained?
I'm halfway there. Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
getting it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me what you understand and we can cover it again.
So it's about the endpoint. Now
Yes,
it's a different endpoint now.
exactly. It is a different endpoint because, you guys keep the concept that Adewale did said, sorry, I missed your in the chat. Adewale said RDS endpoint. Yeah, so that's one of it. So you guys remember, in order for your server to connect to your database, this is for all the time. You will need the RDS instance username, password, the database name, and the endpoint. And in
Yes.
addition to setting up the security group, please don't forget that this you will be doing all the time. All right, so let me clear my screen and I'll show you where this concept I just explained, where you'll see it. How do I erase, clear or drawing? All right, so Miguel, share your screen.
Sure.
Right. So this was your snapshot, right?
Yeah.
Before we do that, let's see, and I'll spend a longer time to explain it so that way you guys can see what I just explained. You use your AMI from when you completed the project previously, which you use that AMI to launch your server now, right?
Right.
Okay, let's SSH into that server. It's in the private subnet, so you would have to, do you have all that stuff set up or you don't? If you don't, we can create the endpoint real quick and use that endpoint to SSH into it.
Sorry. You want me to what? Sorry, Aziz.
I want you to SSH into your server, the one that and you know what? We probably won't be able to SSH into it because your auto scaling group is probably just terminating it and creating a new one. Yeah, it will keep time. It would you know what? We can probably, before that happens, we'll SSH into it real quick, right? And I'll take a screenshot of it. So are you able to SSH into one of the servers? Do you have that set up or do you want us to use the endpoint?
Sorry. You want me to SSH into one of my private subnets?
One of your private EC2 instance, yeah.
Okay.
So let me see what key pair you have if you are using a key pair.
It's BPK. Yeah.
Is it okay? So use PuTTY to SSH into it because I think you probably have it set up already. So remember, you have to enable page hands. remember you have to enable pagent on your thing and add your PPK file in it. Okay, it's enabled. It won't show up. It will just show in the
Yeah.
right hand corner.
Mhm.
So open it and load your key pair in it. Add key. All right, then I'll close it. All right, we need a bastion host. So you would have to create a bastion host. Just launch an EC2 instance in your public subnet real quick. So right, thank you for the answer. All right. Yeah, make sure you use the same key pair. All right, your public subnet. And your security group, select your SSH. I think whether we have the Bastion or SSH one. Yeah, select the SSH one. That's fine. Then, yeah, I think that's it. Launch. Even we didn't even have to even do the Bastion, but I want to show you from there. We can just use your AMI to launch a new EC2 instance in the public subnet, and we will see whatever is configured on it, right? So if we try this method, because what I'm afraid of is your auto-scaling group is terminating your EC2 instance so fast because they are showing up unhealthy and it's just removing them, right? So instead of using this method, let's just use your AMI to launch another EC2 instance.
Sure. You want me
So
to terminate this?
yeah, terminate that one. So
No
what I'm explaining is when we use is AMI to launch another EC2 instance, whatever is configured on that AMI is what is server that the auto scaling group is creating now would have as well, because it's the same AMI. So yeah, just use launch instance from AMI up there. All right, give it a name. No, just call it any name. Just call it. It's not a it's not a bastion host. It's your server. So just call it test server or something. All right, and scroll up. So yeah, we don't have to pick anything here because it already has all those information. Scroll down. So key pair, add your key pair. And for your network settings, put it in your VPC in the public subnet. And your SSH. All right, and scroll down. And that is all we need and launch. So I'm just showing you guys all these things because when you are troubleshooting, these are all the things you would have to do. You would have to, like, remember when I was saying trace back your steps, you would have to, troubleshooting always takes time. Sometimes when we troubleshoot our work, we can be there for an hour, 2 hours troubleshooting, which we just had one recently this week, and that took almost 2 hours. So main thing is you want to trace back your step and you want to make sure you understand the application from the deployment standpoint, so that way that can help you pinpoint where the issue is.
I think
So did you launch this in the public subnet? Because
yeah.
you don't have a public IPv4 address.
Oh, this one, test server.
Okay. All right. All right, SSH into it. Okay, perfect. So now change your directory into the HTML directory. So we are on this EC2 instance now that he uses AMI to launch. So all that, your application is already configured on it. So all the code from your previous project when you completed that project should still be on this EC2 instance. So sudo su,
Sorry, can you remind me, Aziz?
sudo su.
Uh-huh.
So sudo su, type su and press enter. Can you make your polythene a little bit bigger? It's kind of small. All right. Then cd into your HTML directory /var/www/html. ls. All right. So do ls-a. So you guys remember I said in your env file, that is where all your credentials is configured that allows your EC2 instance to connect to your RDS instance. So now cat your env file, .env file, cat it, so cat, that file, that will print whatever is in that file on your screen. So no, cat and the name of the file. So remove .file, so remember you typed ls-a and it is showing you all the files in your HTML directory. Those are all the files you are seeing there. So not that one, the second ls you typed, right? And it's showing you all those files. So there you can see ds store, env.example, git ignore. Those are all the files in your directory.
Yeah.
So I'm saying the file we are using to connect our EC2 instance to the database is that .env file. You guys don't
Okay.
forget that one too. Not that one, the second one. There's another one at the bottom. So move your mouse to the bottom, to the left.
This one.
That one, yeah. So we want to see the content of that file. The command you can use
Okay.
to see the content of the file is cat, and the name of the file you want to see the content of the file. Press enter.
Gotcha.
Right? So you can see under DB connection section, right there. Every application you guys launch, no, don't scroll right there. So no, the second section, move your mouse down. Not there, down. Remember what I just said, that in order for your server to connect to your database, you need to add some information for the server in your, you need to add the information for your database on the server. And I'm also telling you that in the type of application we are hosting, for all of them, if you guys notice from the rent zone, the fleet card, even the ones you guys worked on for the next application, you are editing the env file. So it is always in the env file for this type of application.
Right.
And remember when I said in that env file, that is where we put the credentials of the RDS in there, right? So you can see in here, look at the credentials we have in there.
Yeah. My username and password.
Right? Then what else? The DB name.
The DB name.
The port.
Yeah.
That's another one I didn't even mention, the port. Yeah. And the endpoint.
DB host. Yeah.
So you guys, please don't forget this because it is very important when you are deploying an application, a dynamic application. All right. So I'm saying like, look at the endpoint of that is configured on your server now, right? Because when you use that, wait, over here, right? I'm saying, look at this endpoint. Because when you use your AMI, right, to launch an EC2 instance, this is the endpoint you've already configured on it. Copy that endpoint, then go and review the endpoint of your current server that's launching and compare the two. All right, just paste it somewhere, like a notepad or something.
And then go back to my EC2.
Your RDS, the one that you use your CloudFormation to create.
So this is it. So you want me to compare?
So copy your endpoint here, paste it in the notepad, paste it on that, the one in the notepad, and compare the two.
Yeah, it's not the same. I tried to
So
control
copy,
F,
copy,
control
yeah,
V.
but copy it from here. So those that are watching can see it too. So copy your
Oh,
endpoint name and paste it in the notepad.
I copied the one from the Bastion host. I put it in
Yes,
my notepad.
yes. So you in there, your RDS now, copy your endpoint here and paste it under this one in your notepad.
Oh, okay.
Can you just make your notepad bigger so it's showing everything and paste it?
There.
You
It's
can
different.
see that is when you guys are troubleshooting, that's how you will troubleshoot. You know, you just have to it's a tedious process. So you guys don't rush through it when you are trying troubleshooting. You just, and I'm doing it this way so you can see. So that is, at least from first glance, I haven't checked other things, but from first glance, this is one of the reasons why your site is not working. Because when you use your RDS AMI, when you use your RDS snapshot to launch another EC2 instance, you change the name of that EC2 instance. So in order to keep the same endpoint as the previous endpoint that you created the AMI, I mean the snapshot from, you have to keep the same name when you launch the new RDS. Do you guys understand?
In other words, I need to keep this dev RDSDB same name.
Yeah.
Um, I thought I did that. At first, I used the one. This one is really from the project, Aziz. I used it. It didn't work. Because it, and then I tried this one.
No,
It wouldn't accept the name because it says it's alpha. It should be alphanumeric.
no, you didn't use the same name because I can go to your endpoint. I can go to your snapshot and I can see what you called the previous RDS instance that you used to create the snapshot. So go back to your RDS
Here.
no, your snapshots.
Oh, my snapshot. Okay.
So select the snapshots that you use to launch the RDS instance.
This one.
So on that instance / cluster name, that was the
Yeah.
name you called the original one.
Yes. So you mean this is what's causing the problem, correct?
Yeah, I'm saying the original RDS you used to create the snapshot, that was the name of that RDS.
Right. Um, let me, yeah, I think I'm aware of that. So when, for example, when let me just show you, Aziz. So while I was creating the RDS, um, here, for example, I'm gonna type the stack name, VPC. This one, um, I tried, I think this is what's the database instance identifier. I tried to change this to my original endpoint name, which is the dev RDS. This one, dev RDS DB. I try to put it here, and
And
I
what?
also put the. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, you try to put it there, and what happened?
Yeah. For example, I try that. I put this one in because I have a hunch that this could be the one also causing, because just the way I understood it, and the snapshot identifier, I put it also here, and then I click on next. Oh, sorry. Am I in cloud formation?
Yeah, you're in CloudFormation. Don't create
Yep.
it though,
Yeah,
because you
when I click,
already. Go ahead.
yeah, when I click on submit, it's gonna give me uh error, the red error here. It says the database name should be
All right,
alphanumeric.
click submit.
Yeah, it's
It's
gonna give me
because
this.
no,
Yeah,
no, that wasn't what it gave you before. What you were
yeah,
saying, this is just saying that your stack name, you already have a
yeah.
stack name RDS, and you are trying to call this stack RDS. So this is a different it's just you just have to rename your stack to something else. So go back, go scroll down, press back, previous, and previous again. That is complaining about your stack name. So scroll up here.
Yeah,
Scroll up. Not this one. Scroll up. This is what
this
it's
one.
complaining about. So this has nothing to do with what you are saying about that not working. I know it
Yeah,
works. So I'm saying change your stack name, call it RDS2 or something. All
sure.
right, go back, click next.
Okay, so I'm using this, my original identifier name. I'm gonna click on next, and I'm click on submit. There, this is what I'm getting. Must begin with a letter and contain only alphanumeric character. That's the only reason why I put it back to MySQL 57DB, which is the one on your project. I just copied it there, even though I know it's different.
Okay, so it is saying that must contain a letter. So there is something probably off in your stack that is going from, because it is alphanumeric. So go back to
This
that
is my
where you entered it.
this is
So
my RDS stack.
so go to no in that CloudFormation.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, go back to where you were entering your information.
Okay, I'm gonna go previous.
Yeah, and go back again.
Okay, I'm
So
here.
go scroll down there. Put your mouse in that where you are the RDSDB. Is there a space in the beginning? Put your mouse in the beginning and press backspace. Is there a space
No,
there?
no
No.
space.
All right, hold on. Let me see what I did in there.
Yeah, I can terminate this RDS. I can recreate it using. I will try to use this one, but it won't take it. It will
It
say,
should take it because that name is.
yeah, that's what I was really hoping. But because of this constraint, this pattern, it won't
Oh,
take it.
so remove that thing. So remove that allow
Uh-huh.
pattern, remove it completely.
Oh, completely. Because what I did before
Did
is
you
sorry, go ahead.
did you change it when did you update that? Or that was what was in the template I gave you?
This is from your template. What I only did was I thought it would help. I removed this thinking about it would just allow me with letters, but it did the same thing. So yeah, I believe, let me just
Because when I
yeah,
created the video, it works when I did it,
yeah,
right?
your
So
project worked fine, perfectly.
so
There's no problem.
hold on, let me see what is in my template and I'll
Sure, sure. But while you're doing that, let me just
so and we'll test it just a second. Let me
yeah,
see.
sure. there. This is the one. And I'm just showing everyone that this pattern that we have here is equivalent to this one. Yeah, this one. So it must have a number. Anyway, just wanted to show. That's it.
Okay.
So,
Just a second. Let me
sure,
see.
no problem.
DB snapshot.
Hi, Miguel.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, the pattern you showed on the console as hyphen as part of the the constraint there, but on the template there's no hyphen. The one you were showing earlier, no, the pattern, the one you showed us just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, let me go back.
So scroll down. Just scroll down.
Sorry, my
And-
computer's slow.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
Yes, it says alphanumeric characters or hyphens.
Yeah.
all right.
thing
So go
yeah.
to no, you guys finish what you were talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nadiwale, are you saying something?
No, you go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So let me see what your template is. So let me in your CloudFormation console. Right. Maybe those pattern has changed because it should work. Because if you create an RDS instance with the same name, it would work.
1 second.
So go here to your stack
Yeah.
and
RDS.
go into it and select templates over there. All right, let's go down here. So that's the same one you're using. So hold on, let me see.
I thought this should not have any impact because it's just
it is having just hold on just a second. Is 09. All right. So you know what we are going to do? Remove that allowed pattern from your
template.
template. Mhm.
Okay, from this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Remove it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Press.
Here.
All right. Save it.
Okay. Done.
All right. Then now try to use that template to launch another one.
Okay, sure. Should I delete this?
Yeah, you can delete that stack since it doesn't work and you're trying to create another one. So delete it. Because it should work. So unless if something else changed, I'm not sure if there's sometimes they might. That's why I was trying to look for like a space. Because if there's a space in it, it might not work. But I'll look into it and I'll try to deploy mine after this class. It should work. Because that's the same template I used. So
Yeah.
all right. So create a new stack. New. Upload. Was that the one you just saved?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Call it 2. Because you still have that other RDS stack, it will complain.
Okay.
All right. There you go. So I think what I'm thinking is can you send your template to me, please? The one you had before. So go to the RDS stack you are deleting now and copy the template real quick. Select that one, go to the templates, copy it, copy to clipboard, copy to clipboard, I think. And paste it in Slack, send it to me. But make sure you do it as code. So select my name.
Oh,
Yeah, select my
DM,
name.
send
Yeah.
it to you. Okay.
Yeah, so copy paste it as code. So when you click in there, no,
How do?
maximize your screen. You should be able to see it. You guys don't see this on your end, or is it am I the only one that get the code option?
Wait, how do you see the code option?
Paste it in there. Maybe. No, don't cancel back. You guys can see the
Is
code. Is it just me?
I don't know.
Let me no,
Maybe
not that.
I
Oh,
can
click
send
on
you
the
the
plus, click on the plus.
yeah, I can send you the
That's weird. Or which is your Slack up to date? I'm not sure. So here, let me share my screen and I'll show you guys what I mean.
I can see the code. I can see the code option on my own. So
Yeah. So Miguel, I'll share my screen and I'll show you.
sure.
So I'm not sure why yours is like that. So which one screen? All right. So if you are in Slack, right? And let's say I want to send you guys let me just pick you. Let's say I want to send you something, right? You can see I have this code option here. So if
Oh,
I,
a code block. Okay.
yeah. So if I copy a code, when you guys are sending code, don't just paste it in here because it will mess up the format. So if I want to keep the format so you have it. So there's two options for the code block. So here is like this code snippet. So let's say you have just one line of code, you use this first one. But if you have like a whole code block, you can select this one. And if I paste that code in there and send it to you, it will keep the original format of the code. That's why when you guys see when I send a code to you guys, it will be in like this gray format thing.
For some reason I don't have that option, but if you'd like, I'll just send you the
Yeah, send me
YAML
the
file.
file. Yeah,
The
that's
YAML.
fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
send me the file.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't believe you when you said that because I was like, it should work, but I'm not
Oh no.
sure why yours is, unless I'm trying to check whether there's a typo in your code. So I'm going to compare it to mine
That's all right.
because it should work. All right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to move your code in it. I'm going to find my code. I'm going to move my code. In my code and paste it here. So this is your code. So if you want to compare two codes, you guys can select the first one, right click on it and select for compare. Then you select the second one you want to compare with and select compare with selected. Oh, so this was the one you removed the thing. So I want the one where you didn't, where you still had this one here. Miguel, maybe
Oh,
you're talking on
okay.
mute. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Let me stop sharing. So you probably maybe you stay. So you sent the wrong one to me. You should still have
One
it in
second.
your pasting.
Oh
Share
yeah,
your.
yeah.
So open like a file, paste it in there, and send it to me.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to compare it, see if there's either that or something has changed in CloudFormation where those parameters. When I was working on really for that parameter, I'm not really supposed to have it in there because that is like a extra constraint that I'm putting on the template that I don't need to put. Because if your format is wrong and you are trying to create the RDS instance, your stack will fail. AWS will just tell you whatever name you put there is wrong. So really, we don't need that line of code. But at the time when I was working on it, it worked at that time.
Okay. I'm just trying to
I'll share your screen. That's fine.
sure. I pasted my old template here where it still has the pattern.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Then
just
save it.
figuring out.
So
Yeah,
just do save as, save, and just save it like on your desktop or something. File. If you make your screen bigger, you'll see, okay, there you go.
okay.
File. Save. Then you can save it somewhere. Or like on your desktop if you don't want to save it in there. Okay. And send that one to me. I don't see anything on it when I'm looking at it, but
But as it's looking at the reject, the regular expression you're asking to remove, that the reject formation does not have a hyphen in it, so the constraint will not definitely take a string, a name that has a hyphen, like the dev hyphen.
I see.
Yeah, so I believe if we added like hyphen to the second box, that will take care of it, and the
Okay.
rejection is still working.
Yeah. Did you send him again?
Sorry, I can't.
Wait.
Oh, there you go.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was on a
Sent.
different screen, so I couldn't see whether you. All right, thank you. But really, yeah, so we can, that constraint what you said Adewale will work. But I'll just tell you guys when you work on it, just remove the constraint because you don't need to put an extra constraint on your template because if the name is wrong, the stack will just fail. AWS will just tell you that that stack is not, AWS will just tell you that you are not following the right format. So it's better to do it that way than putting extra constraint on your template. So that's what I should have done. Compare, select.
Oh, it's working.
Yeah. So I know that was the issue. So I know, but yeah. So we are only seeing your template. So am I the one sharing or is it you that you are sharing?
I'm the one sharing, Aziz. I
Okay.
just thought you need to
Oh no
say
no no
something.
no.
Okay.
So you
That's
did the right thing, but for some reason that constraint stuff messed you up the first time. But it's good that happened because then you got to learn something new.
Yes, I really learned. And even with the issue of I forgot his name, Benjamin, the first one who student who presented,
Yeah.
I also learned a lot
Yes.
from.
So.
This is what confuses me. the that that value, this this database instance identifier, this is it, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
So it does not accept any numbers. Um, it's only a DB identifier name. I thought that what matters is the I don't know if I'm explaining this right. Mm. Even if I remove that, Aziz, I remove this, but here in AWS console,
Mm-hmm.
that is still part of the constraint, right? When you are creating uh, a database, let me just show you this one.
Yeah.
MySQL. This one. This is the equivalent of this value, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Like the one we had previous, like press Control Z, you'll see the other one that you had. If you back, is that the one? Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So
It
even if
should.
I remove this,
Mhm.
it should not be removed from this one, right? I should still get an error because I don't have a number. Am I right?
So,
Or
this constraint we are having here, right, has nothing to do with like your management console per se. This is just a constraint we are putting on the template that we are telling CloudFormation that when you are entering this value, you remember when you are creating your CloudFormation stack
Mhm.
and you have that part of it where you have to put the information for the RDS, right?
Yeah,
This is just that this is telling that when you put that information, it shouldn't even start creating the stack unless it meets this constraint.
okay.
You
Thank you.
understand?
Yes, and the problem was really this one. I should not be using this because this was not really the default identifier name that I had in my snapshot. It's the dev RDS DB thing.
Yeah. For your application that wasn't working, yes. So the two things I want you guys to remember is how your server will connect to your database, right?
Yeah,
And the other thing is when you use your RDS instance to create, and when you use your RDS instance to create a snapshot, when you use that snapshot to launch another RDS instance, in order to keep the same endpoint, you have to make the RDS the same name as the old one.
understood. Yeah.
But there's also another way you guys can do it. Let's say you say, you know what, I want to change my endpoint, right? Can you guys think? So let's say you want to change your endpoint and you say, you know what, I'm going to launch a new RDS instance, and this is the name I'll use, and I understand that my endpoint is going to be different. What could you have done on your AMI side to make sure your endpoint match your new endpoint? Do you guys understand what I mean? So it's like you can either do it two ways. Go ahead, Adwell.
So I want to suggest like one will need to modify the .env file.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
what you so just to change the the
exactly. Exactly. So you can use your AMI, your previous AMI to launch a new EC2 instance like we did in your public subnet, Miguel.
Yeah.
Then you will go into the env file, like Adewale said, modify the endpoint in there, and you can use that to create another AMI. Then now your AMI. But it's just going to be like a back and forth thing. If you choose to keep changing your endpoint, then you would have to keep updating your AMI. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the main thing is I had this issue too the first time I worked on this project
Oh,
Because
you
I was
did?
using, yes, I did. And I was stuck on it for like almost 2 weeks, trying to figure out why it wasn't working. But yeah, AWS just changed the name, the endpoint, if you change the RDS instance name. Because part of what they use to create the endpoint is the RDS instance name.
Okay, perfect. Last question, Aziz. Thank you.
Mhm.
You've been very helpful. If you did something with our first colleague earlier, wherein you launched a public subnet, you tried to run the command one by one. If I just want to do that here, or even with deploying a dynamic website, I can do that command one by one, right? Just to see how each command will go, right?
Um, r- you mean, I don't understand.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I can launch I can SSH into a private subnet, and I just want to, because you mentioned to us part of our troubleshooting,
Mhm,
launch a public instance
mhm.
and then run each command there and see if it's each command will work.
Mhm.
One of our troubleshooting. So I'm just wondering, can I also do that here in
Oh,
for example
in the
this cloud
case,
formation?
in the case of this one, when you were troubleshooting it,
Yeah.
you're saying that when you were troubleshooting this issue, you were asking, could you have done the same thing to
Um,
troubleshoot it?
yeah, if for example I just want to try to have getting used to running each command manually in a terminal
Mhm.
using this project, I SSH into the private instance, and then I want to sudo su and then run each command.
Oh, I see, I see, I see what you mean. You mean like you deploying this application, if you can deploy your application the same way, just connecting to the private instance and running your command on it to install your
Yeah,
website. Yes,
yeah,
you can do the same. Because I'm updating the course and the new one will have that. So we won't be using that setup server anymore. You just connect to your private instance immediately and install all your application on it.
right. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
So yes, you can do that. So that's the new way I want you guys to deploy your application moving forward. So we really don't, because before when we use the SSH keys, launching it in the public subnet just helps us connect to it. But with the EC2 instance connect endpoint, since you can connect to it directly, you can do that and just install your website without having to use um, without having to do it in the public subnet before you move it to the private subnet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Miguel.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So sorry. If I'm not mistaken, because I got carried away, something distracted me. So the issue with Miguel was the constraint in the name, right? That was the issue.
Initially, that was only the issue because that wasn't the issue, but it was an issue for him because he was trying to use the original name of his RDS instance, but the constraint wouldn't let
Yes.
it use it.
Okay.
So he ended up
Uh-huh.
using a different name, which caused his endpoint to change. And that caused another issue with him not being able to access his website. So, but the main takeaway that we learned is that when you use an RDS instance to create a snapshot, when you use that snapshot to launch another RDS instance, if you want to keep the same endpoint, you have to keep the same name as the original
Yeah.
RDS instance.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, because that is the endpoint we configured on our AMI. So if your endpoint change, you can do it the same way Adewale said. Either you keep the same endpoint or you update your AMI. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So the name was the issue, right?
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
name of this RDS instance was the issue because
Okay.
he used a different name when he used the
Okay.
snapshot to create. Yeah. Okay. I know we are at time. Does anyone need help troubleshooting?
Yes, please.
Yes, I do, but I don't know if it's too late or not.
Okay. All right. So, oh, all right. Who am I starting with?
Can I just show you mine real quick?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's still the same project for the dynamic website on AWS. 1 second, let me share this. Yeah, it's still the same issue with this project right here. So I installed the application code on the first EC2, and then did the same for the second EC2 for the SQL data, and installed the flyware and everything. But if I try to access the website, it just shows me it works. So I think I'm doing something wrong. And while you were helping the first guy troubleshoot, I remember you said you need to update the .env file so it can connect to your RDS. So my question is, because I was following the steps right here, my question is, while I was installing everything on setting up the application code on the first EC2, do I need to update this as well? Or I need to finish up with the flyway, then I come back there and update it?
I don't know. What are you referring to as the first EC2 and the second EC2?
The first instance where I installed the application code.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. So in order for you to be able to remember when I was showing that picture of that questions that I asked.
Mm-hmm.
So the EC2 instance that you are referring to as the where you install your application code, just refer to it as that is the web server that is hosting your website.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When you install your application on it, meaning that you install PHP, put your application code in it and everything, and you install your website on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order for that EC2 instance to connect to the RDS instance, it goes back to the same thing I said earlier. You have to update the env file and put the credentials of the RDS instance. Because if you don't do that, it is not going to work.
Okay.
Do you understand? Or
you're
pausing? Let me know if you understand. Or I know you're thinking about it, but
yeah, I understand, because what I did was, after installing the application code and everything, because I was following this step, okay, I had to just go back and check and see if the website was running. But it just said it works. But
your installation and configuration is not done until you connect it to your database. When you put the code on your EC2 instance, the code, whoever wrote that code, there's a SQL script and all that stuff in it that will look for your database to connect to. So you have to do all that stuff at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So I'm saying, like, by the point where you transfer your file, the only reason why Belafont's won't work is because his is a static website.
Yeah.
So it's a static website. We don't have a database. But in yours is a dynamic website. So in order for your website to show at the end, you have to move your application code to the HTML directory. You have to update your env file with your database credentials, and you also have to migrate your data before you even do all that. That's the only time it will work.
Another question is, I don't know if you answered this one the last time. The flyway, the one I'm using is a updated one, the 10.8 or something. Okay. And on your lecture, you had to configure the SQL folder, the SQL directory, and added the I think you added that SQL code from I can't remember how it went, but you had to take away the the initial SQL directory and made another SQL directory. But on the 10.8, it doesn't have any as well. So do I need to create one for it as well?
Yes. So so when you guys are working on different codes, like when you are working on applications, right? And for example, like with this one where you are working on with Flyway. So the main thing is the concept of how Flyway works, not the
X.
not the steps, right? So in the previous documentation that Flyway provided, they included the SQL file. When they updated their documentation, they removed the SQL file. They removed the SQL directory, right? So what I'm saying is, if they remove it, but you still
Go through the
understand the
documents.
concept that in order for Flyway to work, it works, I need to have my SQL in this directory. So you can create your own SQL directory. So if they didn't, if the folder is different, you can create that folder. Just like when we configure our AWS access key on our computer, right? On your computer, let's say if I go to the, or you the one sharing. So let's say if I go to my home directory, there is the AWS folder won't be there. I can delete that folder, and if I run the command, it will recreate it. Or you can create that folder and put your own access key in it. You understand what I mean? It's the
Can
same.
you repeat that again?
Okay, so let me share my screen. So I'm saying when you guys are working with folders and directories and things like that for certain things, and you understand the concept of how they work, right? I'm saying like, let's say you go in there and you don't see the folder, I'm saying you can create it. So let's say in this AWS case, right? This is the home directory on my computer, right? And in this home directory, this is where when we configure our IAM users access key and secret access key. You understand that we configure it in this .aws,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, let's say you are working for the first time and you don't see this .aws here. Let's say I just delete it, right? What I'm saying is you come here, let's compare with like with same thing with the Flyway. You don't say, yeah, I'm saying you can create your own .aws directory. You understand? You can just create it and you can call it .aws. Then in it, you can put your access key and secret access key. Or you can run the AWS configure to do it. So the same thing with the Flyway. If you don't see the SQL directory in there, you can create it and put your file in it. But I mentioned in the last, we've done it several times. I'm saying that for this project, just do it this way. This is one of the ways I say to do it, right? Just yeah. So this is the reference architecture you are using for that project, right? So you can please, if you want, take a screenshot of this. So this is how I say to do it now. And because your VPC looks like this, you have the endpoint. I'm saying instead of trying to migrate it from your computer, I said launch an EC2 instance here. Use the EC2 instance connect endpoint to connect to it. The EC2 instance is in your private subnet. Then run the command I gave you guys in class. This is in Slack channel to install Flyway and migrate your data to your RTS. But let me explain it because I
have my stuff all set up. Do you want me to share my screen? The codes and everything all set up.
Okay, sure.
Let me know if you see my screen.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
No, just go in the management console. So we won't. Is this the which EC2 instance is it? Is this the other
This
one?
for the application code.
We wouldn't use that one to migrate the data. Remember, that was what you had last time, and I said don't use that one to do it. So go to your EC2 console.
Mhm.
All right, so that's the one you will use. That one.
This one.
Connect to it from here, or if you prefer to do it from there, that's fine. So connect to it from the console. So EC2 instance connect endpoint. Scroll down, connect. Okay, perfect. So I'm saying the command in Slack, right? Copy those commands.
Can you see
No,
it?
that's not, this is not it, because I know I updated it. So go to is in the DevOps channel, then you can scroll in the canvas, you'll see it there. Right there, right there.
Okay, so
No, it's everything. You have to copy everything. No, that's not it. You're copying half of the code. You see up there, everything in that gray, that is the command. So even starting at the bin bash too.
I should put everything in here like that.
No, put it in a notepad. So in this command, I said that we already, these are the commands you will use to install Flyway, like install Flyway and migrate your data into the RDS. So, but you need to update the value of your RDS endpoint, your database name, your username, password up there in the environment variable. And also on the last command, remove the sudo from that Flyway, the before the Flyway. That used to work. I don't think that works anymore. Back, yeah. So update your information over there. You put no, that's wrong. So remove, you were supposed to, so replace everything after the equal sign. So remove everything up to the equal sign and paste what you copied in there. So yeah, I'll just remove everything, then paste what you copied there. Right, and you do the same thing for the endpoint. So everything after the equal sign, you remove it, then you paste your stuff there.
Hi, Aziz.
Hello.
Yeah, remember I used my SQL workbench and it works. Doesn't matter.
No, you are migrating your data. So yes, if you do it with MySQL Workbench, that's fine. But you should also understand how to do it this way, because what if you are trying to automate that process when you're in CI/CD? How are you going to do it with MySQL Workbench? You understand? So yes, the concept is, yes, use MySQL Workbench if it is convenient for you, but also move more towards automating those process, because when you start doing CI/CD, you will need that process to be able to migrate your data.
Okay, I'll
But
try the flywheel. Thank you.
yeah, so yeah, but it doesn't really matter which method you use at this point.
So, Aziz, I should update everything right here, then
No,
just
yeah,
this one first.
no, just that one. So let me explain what that is doing. So what you see up there, right? Those are environment variables.
All right.
The S3 URI, RDS endpoint, RDS DB name, right? So you see them up there, right?
Yeah.
So now if you look down there, we is that what? If you do you use Visual Studio Code, or do you
Yes.
just like using Notepad? I always use
I like
Visual
using
Studio
Notepad.
Code.
I
You
like
like
using
using?
Notepad.
Oh, all right, well.
But I'll move over to Visual Studio if you want me
Yeah,
to.
because in Visual Studio Code is much better than Notepad. So copy that one and put it in Notepad, and you'll see what I mean. And close your terminal. Right. So when I'm describing it to you, I can use the number so you can know where I'm referring to. And it's also color coded. I like it. So I'm explaining like on line 3 to line 7, right? That is the environment variables. And I'm saying for those environment variables, we have put the values there, right?
Right. Yeah.
So when we are running the code at the bottom, we don't have to do anything with those code, because it will just run the code. And look on line 22. When we run that code, it is going to look at the environment variable,
yeah.
and it's going to take whatever
Okay.
value you have there, and it's going to use it. You understand? So
Yeah.
you don't have to, that's why you don't have to change anything there. And I made it this way is because when I used to tell everyone to update their information in the code, people always make mistakes, error when they are pasting stuff. So now I'd rather you guys just change it at the top, and the code stays the same. Yeah. Okay. So now that's the code. You can now run that code on your EC2 instance. So
Pick everything.
No, one by one. So you would have to run each. So 3 to 7 is one piece of code. You have to run your environment variable first, because you need to set your environment variables before the other things can pick it up. Sudo su first. It's probably no you can, but don't. Let's just follow what I have in there, because some of those those commands we already have sudo in it. So you don't have to use sudo. Just run it. Run your environment variable. Okay, Kelvin. Maybe sometime this evening. Let me know when you are free.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yes, so
So you've already
as you can see, this is already migrated.
Yeah. So it's saying you already migrated your data before, so there's nothing to migrate in because nothing has changed on it. You've already migrated your data on it.
Yeah, I think where my issue was coming from was that I tested it too soon. I didn't do all this yet before checking.
Yes, you need to connect your server to your database before you can access your application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do that.
But and also another thing you can check is, well, obviously you have to change your directory. You have to go into your your HTML directory and check whether your code is there. So I was going to check that, but in order for you to, no, this is the wrong server.
But no, I'm not. This server I have right here is still very brand new. I just installed it. I just spun it up.
Yeah, but I'm saying like this server is not the one. Remember, this is the Flyway server.
Yeah, I'll
But
go ahead. I'll go ahead and
so
do
that's
that.
not the server that has your application code. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and install the application code and check if in the HTML directory, everything is there.
Oh,
I know.
everything is there. Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
know where
All right.
I was missing.
Okay. You also understand that you also understand that when you in your HTML directory, the file is a .env. So when the file has dot, you won't see it with regular ls. You have to
You
do
use
ls. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I think you have it. You have it. You pretty much understand what you're doing.
Yeah, I just missed that step. Probably I was too eager to see the website.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Mr. Larry, are you there? I think you are next.
I'm here.
Okay. What are you having issues with?
Let me share my screen very quick, please.
Hi, Aziz. Can I step out of the meeting so I can work on my
Oh
projects
yeah,
as well?
you know you're fine. You guys, if you guys want to drop, you can drop.
I learned a lot. I wish I could really finish, but I'm learning a lot. And please don't forget to post the Python project that you mentioned earlier when you have time.
Yeah, sure. It will be something we'll work on together. So
Oh,
it'll
okay,
probably be
great.
next class.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good one, everyone.
You too. All right, bye.
Yeah. I tried to clone my repository. I've worked on it before. So I was trying to deploy the application. So I cloned the repository, and when I was running this command to rechange the name of to retag the name of the red zone, so I got this error. So I tried to troubleshoot it, but I could not get why it is latest. Let me check it said latest here, like.
Can you were you able to build your image with this build script?
Yeah, when I build the image, like I run the.
So let's run this. Let's build your image again with this script. So it's dot / the name of the script. You call it build image.ps1. So I don't think you built it because it's building it all over again.
Let me drop out the issue then.
So I think you went to the tagging it without building it. Because you
Okay.
see when this command,
Yeah.
then when you build Docker image, if you built it before, it would remember what you already built. It won't build
Keep
it
all
all
this
over
process.
again. Exactly. Right. So now that you run it and it's building it again, right? That's letting me know that you didn't build it the first time, which is why you can't, because
Yeah,
you are trying to tag an image you don't have there.
you're right. You're right. You're right. Right.
But Aziz, another thing I'm noting on this screen is that the build image file, there's a change there that has not been saved. Do you think that would be
Oh, that is true. I didn't even see that, but we'll wait till if the image is done, then we'll check. At first I thought it is going to fail. So that's why I said you should build it.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's working. So I mean it is working. So the next thing is once the image is done, we will check your image tag, see if that is there, then we can save your file and rebuild it again and see what we get. But for it running this long, it means that it wasn't built before. But I should have, but it's fine. Olanika is fine. Once I'm done, I can help you look at your flyway issue.
Can I just close this one while it's running and show something very quick? Or
I mean, you can minimize the screen, but
you
don't
can,
close it.
sorry, just minimize it. Yeah, sorry. Please, what could have been the issue of this unhealthy ECS cluster? Because I did everything when I tried to check the website. The website was giving me this output.
What image are you trying to use to create your ECS cluster?
I was using the
Is it the same? Is this the same image we are building, or is it a different project?
It's a different project.
Okay. So this line means that you didn't migrate your data or something. So you didn't migrate your data into the RDS instance before you so you just have to migrate your data. It's the same thing that I had with Mr. Sonny previously, where Well, his was he didn't connect his RDS database, but this one is you didn't migrate your data into the RDS database.
Oh.
So you have to do the flyway stuff we just did before.
I think I did migrated it. I used the endpoint connection. I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I used the endpoint because I set up the endpoint because after migrating and set up everything, then I realized it wasn't working. So
you would have to, either the issue is in your Docker file. But that was the project I gave you. So did you use the same Docker file that we?
yeah. I used the though this is the video I was watching because I was still doing the video thing. So the project on the video, I used the same Docker file. So I edited and do little.
So the issue is your RDS database. So either your password credentials you have in the credentials you use to build the image is wrong, or I'm talking about the credentials for your RDS, or the data is not migrated. It's one of those two.
Okay. All right. I will try it again because already
I can assure you it works. So I've seen this error before. Because if you look on it, click on it again.
This was the URL output.
So you can see over there in the title of that script, that thing you can see it's saying your SQL selection, right? Where the name of the service unknown SQL, right? That has to do with your database. So either verify that your credentials that you building that is in your build script that you are using to build your image for the RDS credential is right, and also verify that you've migrated your data into the RDS. I guarantee you it works.
Okay.
It's just one of those two. And if you're having the issue, let me know, then we'll have to do another session where we'll walk through it together, but I can assure you that it works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think it was your Visual Studio Code.
Yeah, I want to open it.
It's right there, right next to your notepad. So move your mouse 3 down. Next one.
Okay.
So it's still building.
This should probably be the error. Let's other people share.
Okay. So yeah, so if once your image is done, right?
Yeah.
You can follow the steps. You do the Docker image ls, see if the image you just built is there, right?
Okay.
Then you can continue the steps of pushing it to the ECR.
Okay.
So retagging it and pushing it there. So in that case, the error you were having is you were trying to retag an image that wasn't there. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem. You can go ahead. So I think I've explained this several times. And let me explain it one more time. So you guys that are here, if someone else has the issue, please, I will be relying on you guys to help them. Wait, and then until I know it's on me, but I'm going to get to updating that part of the course like in the next 2 weeks. So because it'll take me time to edit it and all that stuff. So then the issue is the migrating the data part. So you like Bussy said you can either use the MySQL Workbench if you understand that process, or you can use Flyway. So, and when we are migrating it, you guys please understand the steps to migrate it. It is very straightforward. So Olanika, go ahead. I can see your screen. Maybe you're speaking on mute. I don't know.
Hi,
Hi.
thank you. So I'm going to try and run it so you can see the error message I'm getting.
Mhm.
I have checked that my RDS endpoint is correct. The S3 URLi is correct. Every other thing is correct here. Should I
Okay.
double check with you?
No, it's
Are we
fine.
good?
It's fine. We can. And your RDS database name is dev.
Yes.
I want to verify that one. So you named your DB instance is dev2 and your database name is dev2.
Yes.
Okay.
This is my DB name is Dev.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure you weren't using the same name as the instance identifier as your database name. Okay,
No.
cool. All right. All right, run it. Let's see.
It's all about line 25. Sudo.
Oh, that could be the issue. Yeah. Yeah. So, Alanika, where were you having the issue? Was it on line 25 or was it before
Yes,
that?
line 25 when I run the
Yeah.
code to
Remove that
Flyway.
sudo. That sudo used to work. That sudo used to work before, but it doesn't work anymore. So I think
Oh.
AWS probably updated something. All right. But is this the same server you used before when you were running that Flyway command, or is this a new server?
I had to create a new server.
So this is a brand new one. You haven't run this command.
Yes, no,
Okay.
no, I haven't. This is a
Okay.
new one.
Okay, go ahead. So if you double click on that sudo part, it should select everything for you. Sometimes it does. Or I think there's a command to select like the line. Let me
select
find
just
let me find it for you. Yes.
I can use SQL Workbench very well. That one works for me, but this Flyway is just stressful.
But once you get it done the first time, it's really straightforward. Look, I'll migrate the data in like less than 5 minutes than trying to do Workbench. So I like this method. So I think once you migrate the first time and you understand the process, is really straightforward. So okay, that one works. I think it's the sudo, and I'm going to update that command now because that sudo used to work, but for some reason, I think maybe when AWS updated something, it doesn't work anymore. So, and that one.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, still the same thing.
All right. So it's saying Flyway is out of thing, right? So it's just saying you should upgrade. You can say it's out of date, so upgrade to Flyway. So it's not really and your SQL data I mean, your RDS database, is it like version 8, right? It's like,
Yes, it's version 8.
okay. So this is just, what this is saying is just complaining that you need to use a latest version of Flyware. So that's no issue. So in Slack, I have the link to the documentation there. So go to that where we have that Flyware command.
Okay,
So
here.
yeah, that one, click that one. All right. So if you scroll down here,
Mac.
no, not Mac, Windows, because remember you're using your EC2 instance. So maximize your screen. Moving. All right. So copy that one under Linux.
Linux. Okay.
Yeah, don't copy the $sign, just from the wget. Okay. All right, go to your command in Visual Studio Code. No,
Okay, Visual
don't paste
Studio.
it here. Yeah. We will probably have to just launch another EC2 instance. So press enter there and paste it under it. Type sudo before you paste it. Yeah, sudo and paste it. All right,
Okay.
remove line 13.
That's one.
Yeah, press Control X. So if you put your mouse next to it, like just put your mouse on that line, your cursor there, press Control X. Or yours is going to be Command X. There you go.
Okay.
Then remove line 16 and 17. So because you see that command in the previous one, we install Flyway, unzip it. Then we run the next command. That command allows you to be able to run the command Flyway migrate from any directory. But if you look in Flyway's latest command, that the one you just pasted, drag your line to the right side so you can see the full command. Like the line at the bottom, right? You can see that they added that to their command. So we don't need to run that twice. So remove line 16 and 17.
Okay.
All right. So we might have to launch another EC2 instance since we already installed Flyway on this one.
Okay. Another thing, why are we using a private EC2 instance this time around? Why can't we just use a public one since it's still just a setup server?
So the point of the setup server before, you were using the setup server because since we were using SSH we were using key pair to SSH into our EC2 instance.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make the process simple. That's why I have us do it in the public subnet before we finally move our server into the private subnet. But the safest thing to always do is always to have your servers and any type of thing you are doing in the private subnet. So since now that we can use the endpoint to connect to the private subnet, right? We can just do it that way. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yes.
I know I kind of said, so the issue to answer your question, we should always do anything we are trying to do in the private subnet. That is the standard. But I have us install our website in the public subnet because when you are doing the installation, sometimes you run into all these errors and things and that. So I wanted us to install our website in the public subnet so we can test it to make sure it works before we move it into the private subnet. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I did it that way. But it's always better to do everything in the private subnet. Did you remember to add your IAM role? I wasn't paying attention.
Yes, I did. I did. Right.
Let yourself know. Yeah, I was going to look up that VS Code too. Yes. Select the line. Okay. So I just searched for it. It said that if you want to select a line on your code, right, just press Command L. That will select the line for you.
Okay. Please work now.
It's gonna work. Don't worry. Well, someone just ran it earlier. It worked. I ran it the other day. It worked. So it's gonna work. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right.
It don't work.
So let me see. Let's look at the error. Okay. So it's saying the issue, it will always, your answer will always be in the error messages giving you. So it's saying, okay, SQL migration were detected, but run because you did not follow the file name
I think it's
convention.
file name.
So your file name is
Yeah.
wrong. So in order to use Flyway to migrate your data, right, they expect you to have a certain name convention, and the name convention is you have to have a capital V. You have to specify the version, right? So it has to be V1. So that's why you guys see me, I always put the V1 there. So it's V1 underscore double underscore the name of the SQL script you're trying to migrate. So you can see in yours, you only have the range zone. Right.
So I should
So
check the
let's
name of
rename it. Yes, you can change the name of that file. I think you can rename it in your object option, right? Rename object. Then put no, don't delete that. Just put capital V1 at the first and double underscore and save it.
Oh.
So I think you can do the same thing on your server. I just need to let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll do. We'll just no, because we already installed Flyway. All your stuff is there, so you don't need to redo anything. You just need to rename your file and run it again, and run your Flyway migrate again. So
should I do LS?
yeah, LS. So in that SQL directory, that's where your file is in. Right. So we need to rename it. So it's
what's the command to rename?
Rename. That's what I'm looking up to. I think is if you copy this file name and copy this. So do CP.
Okay.
No, not that, like CP. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that file name.
Space.
I think then space 2.
Space the new one.
Yeah, then do V1 underscore underscore. Then paste that name again next to it. Press enter. Oh, you do sudo.
Okay. I think there's no V1 there. Just CP, the old one and the new one. Let's try that.
So
no, I'm trying to, right?
Oh, just a second. Let me.
You're not in the SQL
Change directory into that folder first.
Okay.
Oh, you're not in the SQL directory, yeah. So you can use the move command to do it. So either one will work. So cd SQL, then run that command again. So cp that. So sudo, change to sudo su. Or you can put sudo at the beginning, yeah. That will work too.
This is now.
You're using SCP.
I don't understand.
So wait, just press
in front of the copy.
Press remove your command and just press enter so we see where we are. So remove.
Okay.
All right, clear your screen. All right. So
Okay.
you're in the SQL directory. All right, now run your command again. Let's see. So don't put su, just sudo. Sudo
Okay.
copy.
Space.
Yeah, and the name of the new file. All right, press enter. There you go. So ls again. No, you're using capital. Don't use capital. Remove the other one. So rm, the name of the file. Oh, sudo. You are not in sudo. So remove. Oh wait. So it's asking you a question. Right protected. So just remove that sudo you type and just press Ctrl C. Like Command C or something. Yeah. Then run it again, but use sudo in the beginning. I would just do rm minus rf and because it's one file, it should be able to. Yeah, but if it was multiple files, that's what I would do. But yeah, there you go. So now run your flyway command again. So you might have to exit out of that sudo. Okay. Oh, you're not in sudo because you've been using sudo as in the you're fine. So just run that flyway command again. It should work. Press enter.
Yeah, press enter. I think I need to go back. Maybe cd.
Oh, you know what it is?
Go back to the flyway directory.
Yeah, just
no, that's not the
file
issue.
name you named dev. What file did you name dev? That later, yes. I think that's it.
No, that's not the issue. The thing is, Flyway kind of works the same way Terraform works. When you are, how Flyway is able to keep track of what it has migrated for you is it will put a state file, something that's like a state file in your RDS, database. Then it would use that, right? So now the state file is in your RDS, right?
I
And
have to delete it.
Yes.
yeah, so you would have to delete.
Okay.
You have to delete the state file. So now I don't know if, because there's no way to access the RDS. Wait.
It's gonna take a while, but I can quickly delete it.
It's okay. That's what happens when you are troubleshooting. You always, but I'm assuring you that once you get the process down, and after going through all those troubles of trying to figure things out, you pretty much know it forever. So troubleshooting is always like that. The other day we were troubleshooting, that stuff took almost 3 hours to troubleshoot, and that was at work. So it always takes time. I keep telling you guys, you can't run from troubleshooting. A big part of your job as a cloud engineer is solving problems.
Yes, you have to make it fun to troubleshoot.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Not fun to troubleshoot though.
Yeah,
But I understand we have to do
make it fun. I'm telling you,
it's not fun.
It's hard work. I know. Yeah.
It's stressful. It drives me crazy all the time. But the good part is at least you know what you're doing, and next time you know what to check.
Yeah.
And
So
when you get it forever. That's it.
Yes.
So cloud engineer job, DevOps engineer is more, well, maybe some people just build things, but it is more solving problem than more just building things. So in the process of you building stuff, it has to work, right? So you troubleshoot there. After you're done building it, certain things might change. There might be an update. You might push your update. It might break something. You would have to troubleshoot. So you are always troubleshooting something. It's something you guys just have to get used to, because
That's what I'm saying. You have to make it fun.
It's not gonna
That's
go
it.
away at all.
Yeah.
I have one
I don't
question.
give
while
up.
this thing is loading. Please, why are we using, is it Kubernetes? The new course that you just uploaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. Like, why can't we just use Docker? Will our job require us to use that? Because it drove me crazy yesterday when I was going through the course. Like, it's very long.
But
You
not
can just
not
Docker.
really. It's not really. Have you finished the Docker project, right?
Yes.
So you've completed half of the Kubernetes project, because the Kubernetes project really started after you push your image to ECR, which in Docker, in your Docker project, you already have your image in ECR. So you can just start from the Kubernetes part of the project, which is creating your cluster, installing all the things you need to install, and continuing there. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why Kubernetes is long is you cannot do Kubernetes without doing Docker. Like, the first part to learning Kubernetes is understanding Docker and containers, how to build image, push image, deploying it in ECS, because the difference is in our environment, we only use like 3 or 4 containers or something like that, right? So there's no reason for us to use Kubernetes because it's an overkill. But if you think about big companies that they have different applications that are deployed on containers. And I'm not talking about 2, 3 containers. I'm talking about thousands of containers. It will be very hard to manage it in ECS. So that's why they use Kubernetes to do all that stuff, to manage. So it's like a container orchestration tool. It allows you to manage your container. So your question, would your company will require you to use Kubernetes? I've started to see that a lot of companies have it on their job description. So that is one of the reasons why you should learn it. But whether you will use it or not is based on if you are working in a big environment where your company is using a lot of containers that they are requiring you to manage. But for the most part, in all the projects I've worked on, no one is using it because our environment is so small. It is an overkill to use Kubernetes. But it's still something you should learn. And it's your first time working on it. It will be difficult. In anything we do, the first time we work on anything is difficult. So yes, go ahead.
Okay, maybe when you finish, I'll say something. When you're done.
I don't know how to say this because I don't want to sound blunt, but I'm trying to find like a professional way to say it. I really don't like when you guys try to complete your project. You understand? And I'm saying that respectfully. I care more that you understand what you are doing. So if it takes you more time, then that's just it. So if you can, and I'm not directing this at anyone. So if you can see your application at the end, and I ask you a question about it and you can answer it, I don't like that. So I don't want you guys to rush to get your project done. I want you guys to understand exactly what you are doing, because that is exactly what you're going to explain during your interview. If they ask you, what projects have you worked on? You say, you know what, I worked on this project that did this and that. And they say, okay, yes, in that project, what did you do over here? You need to be able to explain it from beginning to end. So that's why I'm saying, if you've worked on something, you should be able to explain it. So that's why I care that you take time to work on it. So like today, for those of you that have worked on your dynamic application, when I was asking you, how do you connect your server to your RDS instance? I expect you guys to know that because it's the basics of how the dynamic application even works. You can't see your site if you don't connect it to the database. So when I ask you guys questions like that and you don't understand it and you've completed the dynamic applications, that is showing me the knowledge gap, which I feel like you have to revisit. So that is why I say that I don't want you guys to just complete the project just to complete it, but I want you to understand what you are doing. All right, I'm done with my ranting.
The answer to that is migrating your, how do you connect with your RDS database? Through, why did I ask this question? Yeah, through the VPC, right? It's through the internal, it's through.
So I said your server, remember your EC2 instance? You have your EC2 instance, your application is hosted on, right?
Yes.
And you have your RDS database, right?
Yes.
What do you have to configure on your server for your server to be able to connect to the RDS database?
Security group.
That is one, but there's more. There's like five things you have to.
.env.
Yes, your
Yes,
.env
your
file.
.env file, yes.
And what do you have to update in there?
Your endpoint name,
That's
your database name, your username, your password, and I think that is it.
That is the ones we would do because by default, the port is always there when
port 3306,
yes,
yes.
but normally if the port wasn't written in the env file, you would have to update the ports too. Yeah, that is the main things you have to do to connect it. So if you've completed the dynamic project, I expect you to understand that. Like someone can just randomly ask you in the interview, you know, things you are saying you've done, you should be able to explain it. And an interviewer also told me that before. It was like, I don't go about asking you a question, what is this and that? I'll ask you, this is exactly what he said to me. He said, I'll ask you what you've worked on. Then based on that, I will ask you a question on what you've worked on. Because if you are telling me that you've worked on something, you should be able to explain it. And I agree with him. That's exactly how I feel. If you are telling me that you've completed the project and you've also completed the assignment, you should be able to tell me exactly what you did. So if I said, and I think I'm just going to write a bunch of concepts from our project and I'll just start asking you guys. So if I'm saying like, okay, I want to, because this is exactly how the AWS Solutions Architect course is designed to. And it's designed specifically that way because that is how you really have to think as a cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, solutions architect, when you start working, when you are taking the exam. You have to think on the lines of solving problems, not just completing a project. So if I say, oh, I have a requirement to put upload my application code in a GitHub repository, right? And the repository must be private. What do I have to set up to be able to access, for my EC2 instance to be able to access that application code that is in the GitHub repository?
No, it's private access key.
Right. Then you have to think about what you have to set up. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but there's like a specific name for it. So it's not just one thing, it's a series of things you have to do. So I expect you to tell me, okay, create my repository, upload my files there.
Okay.
Then what else do I need to set up? Right? Create my personal access token. Where would my personal access token go? That is how I want you guys to be thinking, right? When you are thinking about solving problem. It's really more about solving problem. That's what I'm saying. The projects is just a way for us to see how things work. The main things you should be taking away is the concepts in the project. There is concepts when you, Busi, sorry, just a second, I'll get to you. There's a concept when you create your VPC, right? What makes it public? What makes a subnet public? What makes a subnet private? What is the job of the NAT gateway? For my security groups, how does my security group allow traffic to flow from one resource to another resource? I think I'm just going to write all those concepts down for you guys so you guys can look at it and these are things you can practice in the console. That is really the key thing I'm looking for because that will be what will help you during the interview. And I'm telling you, that's what will help you on a day-to-day as a cloud engineer. Busi, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, on your project, I would not like to, I'm still on second project. And I have gone through Terraform, I've done Workbench, I've done other things, but I've not submitted it. You understand? What I
Mhm.
think we should be doing is if people are done with their projects, let them do a presentation on it and talk about it. And then you ask them questions about what they've done. Because the first one I submitted and I just wrote completed. I don't know if you have gone through, if you've
Mhm.
checked my GitHub to check if I've really done it or something. I don't know if
Okay.
there's follow up on that. But I'm just thinking like if you've done your project by your first one, your second one, you come here and then ask them questions on what you've done.
Okay.
So they can talk about what they've done. You
That's
understand?
a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll start doing that. So maybe in class when you have dedicated time, maybe in the beginning or at the end, if you've completed your project, then you would have to explain it because I really want you guys to start explaining it. You can't stutter when you are explaining your project. I'm not saying that you need to be a professional, right? But if you're telling me you've done something, you should understand how it works. But I also understand that if you are new, if it's the first time you are doing it, it will take time, right? Olanika, is that a new EC2 instance or the old one you
Yes.
use? Okay.
It's the old one. Should I launch a new one?
Yeah, you need a new one.
Okay.
So that's the main thing. It's just because when you go to your interview, what you are explaining is what you've worked on, right? And you need to be able to explain it more than, oh, I created a VPC, with how does your VPC work? How are the resources in your VPC able to communicate with each other? You just need to be able to explain it in a detailed way than just, oh, I did this. Like, don't sound like you are doubting what you are saying, because then that would just show that you don't really fully understand it. Certain things you should know, and certain things you should, if you don't know certain things, it's fine. But things like, if I say, how is your instance connecting to your database, that you should know. If they ask you, okay, what makes your subnet public and what makes your subnet private, you should know. The questions I almost get in almost every interview where they interviewed me, where they're asking you, what is this and that, is security group. No. What's the difference? What's the difference between a security group and a narco? Like, you should know. So that is the main thing I'm looking for. So it's more than completing the project. Yeah. So I'm sorry for ranting, but that is the standard that I want you guys to operate on, because that is what will help you during the interview, and that is what will help you as a cloud engineer when you start working. You
Sorry,
are always solving problems. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
did you say NACO?
Network access control list.
I guess we're not there yet.
We don't use it because it's always there by default. Even at work, they don't usually mess with it unless they are trying to. So it's another form of firewall in your security group. So when you did the cloud practitioner and solutions architect course, right, those information are there. But in setting up our project, we don't really mess with it because it's just there, right? When your company wants to block specific things or they want to implement or some type of security stuff, then sometimes they use it. But for the most part, even in all the projects I've worked, we don't usually use it. So that's why I don't really have you guys mess with it a lot, because there isn't anything specific we are trying to block. So there's no reason for us to implement it in our project.
Yeah, another thing, right? When I was going through people's repository just to see how I can create like a Docker image from what they have in their repo and stuff, I didn't see most of them just had the web files.
Your
Oh,
EC2
okay.
instance does not have the IAM role.
Hold on. Yes, it does. It's the name that I should have changed.
Okay, you have your.
Yes, I've not changed the name, sorry.
Okay, all right, cool.
So they just have the web files. They don't have it explained like your own assignment where you say, oh, you need to install this, you need to install that. My question is this, at work, right? Are they going to give us a detailed explanation of what we need to install before we can create a web page or something like that? Or are they just going to give us a repo like
Okay.
what we find online?
Okay. So
Um,
in the so it's the same, your stuff didn't change, right? Oh, okay, you need to change
yeah,
the the URI. Okay. So it's two things. In the case of the repo you saw online, right? Those ones are HTML website. So by looking at it, you've worked on an HTML website before. So you
Yes.
understand the requirements. You understand the requirement of how to install it, right? Right. But generally speaking, for every application you guys are trying to install, there will be a documentation for that application.
Okay.
So I'm kind of distracted because I'm watching your stuff. So now you just need to go to the 19. Yeah. So for every application you guys are trying to install, there will be a documentation for it. In that documentation, that is where you will find the instruction to install the application. So in it, they might include some Linux commands for you to run, whatever the commands it. Like if you guys look at the documentation for Jenkins, Jenkins did a good job where they actually tell you what the commands are, the commands to run. Some documentation will not tell you the command. They will just tell you, make sure, and I can show you guys in the WordPress update, in the course update that I've been doing, I started showing you guys that process. So then I can show you guys some documentation. They will tell you, make sure your server has PHP, make sure your server has MySQL. So you would take that and go look for the PHP command to install it on your EC2 instance. Do you understand? If let's say it is an application a developer at your company created, most of the time they should be able to tell you how to install it. It works. I know it works, but the issue you are having is, are you sure your database name is right? Did you change anything on your new database? Because
Yes, I did. Let me
so it's
show you.
timing now. It's timing now.
Is what?
It's timing now. So you see over there, says connect timeout. So Olanike, I think it's because you are more thinking it wouldn't work. That's why it's not working. It works.
Okay.
We just did it earlier. It works. So
I will
all right,
redo it. I will. Okay,
let's
what do
look
you
at
want me
it.
to do?
Let's look at it. No. So timeout, connection timeout means that your server does not have access to the
Check the
RDS.
security
So
this thing.
check the
Talk about
security
ports.
group of your new
Starting
EC2
port.
instance. Right? Maybe it works. Trust me, I know it works. Just check the security group. Right? Scroll up the security section. Right?
Yeah, it's the same one.
All right.
It's the same one.
So scroll to the right. Right, your SSH is, oh, as you see, that is the EC2 instance one. That's your SSH one, but is your
Yes.
database one allowing that?
Yes, it is. Let me show you. I think that's configuration. No.
No, it should be on the connectivity.
Okay.
And right there.
Security group. Oh no. Yeah. Yes.
Calm down.
It's
Just
wrong
calm down.
security group. Let me check. It's the wrong security group.
Just update your RDS. No, you don't have
Yeah, I'll
to.
just modify.
Don't modify it. Oh, you want to add it that way? You can add it that way too. That's fine. Yeah, I know what you are trying to do. So I think it's because you are And another thing I see a lot with even with some troubleshooting I've done today and the week, you can't rush through it. Again, I don't care that you guys finish the project. I care that you understand what you are doing. So if one project takes you 3 weeks, that is what I expect. It should take you 3 weeks. You guys shouldn't be, I know the project is like 1 hour long or 2 hour long, but it shouldn't take you 2 hours to complete it, especially if you are doing it for the first time, because there's so much things that I'm showing you that you are supposed to cross-check. Okay, the list of command, sometimes I just see you guys just running the commands, but I want you, I'm just going to start questioning you guys on the command. Like, I want you guys to be able to tell me exactly what each of the command is doing. Really, that's how you will learn it. Because I'm telling you at work, they are not going to give you everything like just like that. You have to be able to look at what you are doing, understand what you are doing. So I expect you guys to spend more time on it. You know, completing it is one thing, understanding it is another thing. And
Yes.
that part, I can't do that part for you guys. You
Yeah.
guys just have to be willing
Please,
to
we
do
need
that work.
interview class. Be the one to be interviewing us on every project you do.
Okay, I
Yeah.
can do that. I
Or
can do
maybe we
that.
can just take a Saturday and it will just be questions and answers, like when we come online.
Okay.
That will be our troubleshooting for the day.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So that's one thing. When you finish the project, you're gonna have to present it. You're gonna have to explain everything about it. And I need to give you guys the concept. So you would so I was kind of like talking, so I wasn't paying attention to what you
I
did.
picked
Oh,
the wrong security group again, but this is the correct one now. I've modified it. It's correct
okay,
one.
so this one you just pick. Can you open it before you run your command? Let me see. Go to that security group. Right. And so
No,
this is
no.
only allowing your web
No, it's
server,
not this
is
one.
not allowing your database.
It's not,
So you know what? Just edit the inbound rules over here.
it's not this one. Sorry, it's not this one. I picked EKS, not this one.
So go to what you know what the issue is. Go to your RDS instance,
This
right?
is my,
Scroll
this is
down
it.
there.
This is the
Okay.
correct one. Let me show you.
But the issue was when you saw that first one is your RDS wasn't done updating it, but you picked the previous one.
Yes, yes. So this is it.
All right. So what is the issue with this one?
This is the correct one. So this
right.
would allow traffic from the EC2 instance. This is the security group of the EC2 instance. That's data migrate server.
That is the security group you attach to that EC2
Yes.
instance.
The new EC2, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So is this RDS instance? Are you just testing the data migration, or this is a project where you need to connect it to your database?
This is the project where I need to connect to my database.
Okay, so you need to also have the security group of your server that will be connecting to your database in here, the rule.
This is the security group for my database.
Yeah,
right? So
right.
this is the inbound role. It would allow it will allow traffic from my EC2 instance.
Okay, right. So let me share my screen and I'll show you something. What I mean.
Okay.
I think Mr. Sonny had the same.
Yeah, and this is the.
All right. So this is what am I showing? Am I sharing the wrong thing? Okay. This is the reference architecture, right? So what I'm saying is that these are your web servers, right? That needs to connect to your database, right? So on this database, you have a SG and you have one rule number one that is allowing whatever security group is attached to this one, right? This is your server you are using to migrate your data, right? So what I just do is, since my RDS is already allowing this server to connect to it, So whatever security groups these are using, I'll just use it for these two. And so that the RDS will allow it. You understand? So here you can either have two. So in your case, you created a security group specifically for this server that you call data migrate, right? That is the one you currently have in your rule. What about the rule that is allowing your servers? You understand? That's the question I'm asking. You understand? You understand what I mean?
What he's saying is that they should add the EICCE to the security group of the RDS.
That is what she has now. She has, right now, you create, so you understand, you created a rule, you created a security group
From the
for
web
this
server.
server. This is the server you are using to migrate your database, and you updated your RDS database. That is fine, right?
Okay.
But I'm saying, what is going to allow your EC2 instance that the server that your project, your application code are going to be configured? What is going to allow it to your RDS?
From the ALB?
No.
So let
I
me
don't understand
share
that,
your,
sure.
let me, hold on. All right, let me, but just look at this. So I'm saying you need two rules. Your RDS instance needs to have two rules.
Okay.
The first rule is allowing your data migrate instance. And the second rule is allowing your server your server security group. You understand? So let me share your screen and I'll show you what I mean.
Okay, so this
All right,
is
this is your RDS database, right? Go to your
my
RDS.
RDS. Yes,
Go
this
to
is
your,
the RDS security group.
all right, edit your inbound rules.
Okay.
So add another rule. That should be on MySQL and Aurora. And you need to be allowing it from whatever security group your servers are going to be connecting to.
That is what I did. That's what is in the first one.
So, okay, so is that the same security group you are using for your, because you called it data migrating, so maybe it's just the name that's confusing me.
It's the name, but it's data migrating server. Let me show you. So here is it, right? This is the one that I used to launch my EC2 instance. I named it data migrate server security group. I think it's the name. And this is it. If I edit the inbound rule, it allows SSH from the EICE.
Okay, but what project is this? Is this the Docker project or
This
is
is
this?
the EKS. The Kubernetes.
The Kubernetes project. I see. Okay, so
Yes.
you're right. So I see. So for that one, we didn't create the security group for the thing. Okay, you're right. Never mind. So
Okay.
because for that project, EKS will automatically create the security groups for your web server, and it would update your RDS. It would update your RDS security group. So
Okay.
we haven't got to that point yet. So never mind, because the EKS is different from the other one. So that was the question I was asking. So sorry.
So do I start from, where do I start from now?
So verify your security group. You're sure your security groups are all set up correctly now?
Yes, yes.
All right. So when you run it now, it should work. So I'll probably run your environment variables again, just to make sure.
Ah, why so many warnings? But it will enter. Yeah.
No, it works. The one in that is just the SQL script we are migrating is how it was written. So Flyway is just saying there is, but that's not, that's fine. That is expected. But
So
at the end, that's what you just want to say successfully migrated your data, and your schema should
Successful now.
be on one.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
it worked.
successful. It's successful. Thank you. I got it now. I
You're
got
welcome.
it. Thank you.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So that's pretty much it. You guys just take your time when you are walking through it. But I'm telling you, whatever is in the course, it works. And I know sometimes you guys don't want to be going back and look at your own work. That is fine. I'll pinpoint where you have issues. But sometimes if the issue is saying things like 502, right? 502 error, that has to do with some misconfiguration. It could come from anywhere. So when you guys say 502 error and you ask me what is 502, where did I go wrong? I don't know. Because again, either B, your security group is not right, your application code did not download, something did not connect to your RDS, but it just has to do with your server is not configured the way it's supposed to be configured for your application to work. So, and the misconfiguration can come from anywhere. So really, you guys just
can I
have
ask a
to trace
question,
back.
Mr. Aziz?
Go ahead.
If you are work and you have a private subnet and the hacks it to like SSH into it, can you use any method you know you can use, or you have to use the AIC or something? If you have a particular method you want to use, can you use it? Doesn't matter any method you use.
Yes, your company will have whatever method they use to SSH.
Okay, so they have to tell you what to use. You can't use your own.
You
Okay.
can, because they probably most of the time they would have blocked it anyway. So they would have blocked whatever method you are trying to use. So they will have their own specific method to SSH. Sometimes they could SSH using the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. Sometimes they could SSH using key pair. Sometimes they could SSH using whatever the connecting is in the console. So yes, every company has their own way of connecting to their EC2 instance. And it will be something you do so once you do it one time, you understand it. So they will just tell you what the process is for them, and you just follow their process. Yeah.
There's another thing I saw online when I was doing my research. If you open the NSS, if you put an EC2 in a private subnet on the console and you try to like SSH to it, it's gonna without using any KPI, it's gonna SSH. But if you try to do it on like VS Code, how do you do that without using partition host?
It's not gonna work. Even in the console, it's not gonna work unless you set up something for it to work.
But it worked. Maybe I'll try next week. It worked without private key. It connected.
You connected to it. So you said you put your EC2 instance in the private subnet, and did you use the console to connect to it?
Yes.
Console. Yes, it will work because from your console you are in the AWS network. So if you are using their own regular connecting, there it will work. But if you are trying to connect from your computer,
VS Code. Okay.
Think about it. Okay, let's think about it. That's like a security issue. So if I know your IP address and I can just use my Visual Studio Code to connect to your instance, right? So because your Visual Studio Code, your local setup is out of the AWS network.
Okay.
So you have to connect your local setup to your AWS setup for you to be able to just connect to it. You understand?
You have to connect to the public IP.
Yeah. Yeah, because when you log into the console, you've already put your username and password, and whatever policy is attached to your IAM user, you've already used that to authenticate. Okay, so now that you are in there, it should go through. Yeah, I haven't tried it before. That's new to me. But if you say it works, I believe you.
It works, yeah.
But it makes sense. It should work if you are using the regular AWS connection. It should work.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, is that it? You guys wore me out today. Oh man.
Sorry, Mr. Aziz, sorry.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long time. I would have loved to ask a question, but yeah.
No, go ahead. It's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to circle back to a question Olanike asked you earlier about why. Don't you explain? But I'm thinking you gave another explanation to it.
Okay, go ahead.
So if I recollect correctly, she asked you a question about why we need to set up an EC2 in the private subnet instead of using the regular one that we put on the public subnet. And you were saying, you answered it by saying, oh God, I didn't want to break your explanation, but
Okay. Okay.
really.
All right. So this is the, let's say this is our reference architecture. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
So when the projects you guys are working on now, before we didn't have this EC2 instance connect endpoint.
Right.
This is just a feature AWS just released last year, right?
Right.
So when we had to use the SSH key, right? Before, when we had to use the SSH key to connect to our EC2 instance, right? So with me using the setup server, that was just my preference. It has nothing to do with a set process that you have to follow. That was just my preference. So what I was doing before is, since I had to use SSH, right? If I launch my EC2 instance in the private subnet here, I would have to create a bastion host. I would have to create a load balancer and target group and use my load balancer to route traffic to the EC2 instance. Then using my SSH to connect to the bastion host. Then from the bastion host, connect to the server before I can start running the code to install my website. You understand that, right?
Right.
So I'll have to use the bastion host to connect to the server, run my code to install my website, then use the DNS of the application load balancer to access it. You understand?
Yes. Yes.
So for me, I just feel like I'm setting up my website for the first time. When I'm running my command, I can run into issues. So rather than setting up all these things, I just want to launch my server in the public subnet here, SSH into it directly, run all my commands, test it, see if I can access it with the public IP. Then if that works, I will just use the AMI I created from here to launch my server in the private subnet.
That makes sense.
That makes you understand what I mean now? So it's just my preference.
Yeah, okay, your preference. Okay.
So
and it's easier that way instead of having to create all this load balancer and all this
exactly, especially for the first time when you are just setting up. Because sometimes you, as you guys can see, you guys run into issues running your commands all the time. So rather than having to deal with all that extra service, I would just rather test it in the public subnet, make sure everything works. Because if it works in the public subnet, it's going to work in the private subnet. So once we test it here and everything works, that's why we use that EC2 instance to create our AMI. Then we use the AMI, which is this one you're seeing here.
Yeah.
Once I have the wrong thing. Yeah, once we set it up here, if this works, we use this to create the AMI. Then when we are ready for our private subnet, we just use the AMI to launch the ones in the private subnet. So that was the what we had before, right? So now that AWS created the endpoint, right? I don't need the bastion host anymore. The endpoint can just allow me to connect directly into my server in the private subnet, right? So that means I can connect to it and install my application, right? Then once I'm done installing my application, I can now add this to the load balance, add this to the target group, connect it to the load balancer, and use the load balancer to access it. So one step got taken out, which is the bastion step. Again, my decision to do it this way was just my preference. You understand? So there isn't like really like a right or wrong way to do it. But I would say for best practice, it is always good to put your servers in the private subnet. So now that this endpoint is available, I just say, you know what? I'm just going to use it to connect directly to my server. And I know in order to see my website on the server, I'm just going to have to create the load balancer and use the DNS of the load balancer to access it.
Right.
Yeah. So it's just a preference. It's not really. At least does that make sense to you now?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Cool.
So one last question before we round up, right? Why is it that at times some AWS things don't just work? Like I have created loads of Bastion hosts, that is EC2 instance created in public subnet. And at times when I do the same thing and I'm just trying to use it, create a Bastion host and connect, it just will not go. It will say there's an issue with my SSH connect then, and then when I leave it and I come back to it, doing the same thing, launching the public subnet, using the same security group, it would work. Like, is it that at times they have region failures or what?
It depends on what type of issue you're having. Sometimes the issue could be on AWS end, but for the most part, when you have to connect to things, I haven't run into an issue where you won't be able to connect, right? So are you saying specifically when you try to use your EC2 instance connect endpoint, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work?
Yes.
But
Sometimes it works,
but
sometimes it doesn't.
if you are using the EC2 instance connect endpoint, you don't need a Bastion host.
No, not EC2 instance connect endpoint. Like when you're creating a Bastion host and you're trying to connect to your Bastion host, that's the EC2 instance created in the public subnet.
So you create your EC2 instance here, then you SSH into it, right?
Yeah.
Then you SSH here, and you're saying this works,
It won't
right?
work. No, like when you try to SSH into it, it won't work. It will say something like, "Oh, your SSH instance, it won't connect," or check your security.
Maybe security group. There's something wrong.
Yeah. So
But then when I do the same thing, like maybe I leave it alone after troubleshooting and I go back to it with fresh eyes, it works.
Yes. Mr. Aziz, at times I think there's network issues too as well. Like yesterday, I was trying to work on cloud formation and they was giving me error. So I now took that file, I put it in another folder, and now had to upload it. Do you believe that the second folder worked? And after a while, the first one did not work. So after some time, I tried both and they eventually worked. So it's network. Network happens on the console too as well.
yes, certain times, yes, with certain service, yes. But in your case, when you are connecting, most likely you that you're doing something wrong. So just to understand, you launch your Bastion host here, right? So are you saying you are having an issue connecting to this one, or you are able to connect to this one, but you can't connect to this one? Which one?
I'm having issues connecting to the EC2 instance created in my public subnet.
Okay. So if you are having issues with this, two things can be wrong, either your SSH keys or your security group. Or your security group. Those are the two things that can. So anytime you guys are trying to connect to your EC2 instance, right? These are the only two things that can go wrong. And if you verify that, if you've checked these two things, right, your SSH. So this is if you are using Keeper, right? If you've checked this and this is right, this is assuming that your VPC is configured correctly. If you check these two things and they work and they are aware what they are supposed to be set to, then the issue is on AWS end. But for what I've seen is always relating to these two. Is it that your SSH, keeper, if you are using a keeper, is you are in a different directory. So that's another thing. But I know, Lanike, you are working on Mac. So you have to be in the same exact directory as your keeper or your security group. So I can't really say, the only thing is if you have that error, just take a screenshot of it, then send it to me and I would I would help you look. That would be how we will be able to pinpoint exactly what the issue is. So before we go, since now we are on this SSH keys, our last question. So just a second. All right. So here, you have a EC2 instance in the public subnet. And at this point, we are not using EC2 instance connect endpoint. We are using just regular SSH keeper. We are using keeper to SSH into it. this is you, this is your EC2 instance. What does your, and I'm referring to your, this is assuming your security group is set up correctly. I'm strictly referring to the key pair. Can you guys tell me, like what, tell me your, explain your key pair and tell me what does this EC2 instance have to have and what do you have to have in order for you to be able to connect to it? And I'm only talking, this is assuming everything is set up correctly. Your VPC is right. Your security group is right. I'm only referring to the key pair that makes it that makes the connection possible between you on your computer.
Public key pair. The public key.
So explain everything.
Okay.
Explain the key pair process. And
okay, when you are downloading, when you want to launch your EC2, the place you have to create your key pair. So when you're creating your key pair, it gives you two pairs. There's a private, there's a public one. The public one is stored on the AWS console, while the private one is stored in one of your folders. That's your file explorer, like maybe the download or the documents, depending on where you're storing it. So, but it is the public key that you can use to SSH into your public subnet.
So, okay, so you've explained it. You were right about when you create a key pair, two sets of keys gets created, a public and a private key. So my next question is, what do you do with the public key and what do you do with the private key? Don't explain it from the console's concept. Explain it from what is the purpose of those two keys? Where are they used?
Okay, I think I made a mistake. If you want to SSH, you use the private key because it's going to ask you, if you're using the portal, the portal is going to give you a link that you're going to put to link to the private key where it was stored. So that's what you're going to use to SSH, not the public key, it's the private key.
Okay, so good. So let's explain it. So you said when you create a key pair, you get two keys, right? So key pairs. This is another concept I don't want you guys to forget. That's why I'm asking. So you keep your key pair, you have two keys, right? So let's call this one private. I need a pencil, man, because this is private and this is public. Right? These are the two keys that gets created. So where do I need to put this one, this public key? Where do I need to put it?
As is, mine is like quite different. When I create a key, when I'm launching my EC2 instance, the key is downloaded to my computer. So what I do is I move the key, the location of the key to my admin directory. So when I open my terminal, I make sure that I'm in my directory first before I run the SSH command. That way I can SSH into the EC2 instance.
Okay. So that is you guys are telling me the process, but what is the concept behind it? Like you are right, Olanike, and Busi is also right? When you create a key pair, two keys gets created. So Olanike, when you said when you create your key pair, you get a key downloaded to your computer. That is the private key. She was just explained that gets downloaded to your computer, right? And that is then the public key is the one you see in your console. So I'm saying that now that we said that we have two keys, what do we do with those keys? Where do we put the private key? Where is the private key stored and where is the public key stored for you to be able to SSH into your EC2 instance?
So
the private keys, okay, that's somebody else.
The private key will be loaded into our POTI agent.
Exactly. Okay. And okay. Okay. Then the public key.
The public key is retained on AWS.
Okay. It's stored in AWS, but how is that how would they make it possible for you to SSH into your EC2 instance?
I think the public key is what is copied to the other server that you want to connect to.
So you are saying you copy this public key to this server?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that is the concept of the key, right? when you guys create a key pair, again, you can't forget this because that is the point of even when you guys clone a GitHub repository using SSH, right? Look at the process. It's the same. The concept of the key pair is the same. So how it works in the management console, what I'm trying to say is how it works in the management console is the same way it works when you use GitHub to clone your repository using SSH. It is the same way how it works with Ansible or any other authentication method you have to do with key pair. So key pair, the reason why they call it key pair is because it is two keys, right? It is a public, it is two keys, right? Your private key and your public key. Just call this U for public, right? No matter where you create a key pair, if you guys generate a key pair on your computer, you will see that you will find two keys in there. You guys look at that lecture where we generated our key pair for GitHub, right? Two keys. There's always two keys. But in the case of the management console, when you create a key pair, two keys are generated for you. But AWS does not store the private key on their thing. They just download it for you immediately. So that will get stored on your computer. This is the one you should store. This is the one that is private that you should not share with anyone. It's like equivalent to like your password, right? This gets stored on your computer, right? Then the public key stays in AWS. Anyone can have that one. And during the process, the reason why AWS has it in the console is just to make things simple for you. During the process of launching your EC2 instance, you guys were right. When you select the key pair in the key pair section of launching your EC2 instance, what AWS is doing is AWS is copying the key on your EC2 instance. So once the key is copied on your EC2 instance, now when you want to SSH into it, since you already have the private key, that is why when you guys are, for Lanika, you use Mac, that's when you select EC2-user, the path to your private key. For those of you that are using PuTTY, you go to browse to the location of your private key and you load it into your PuTTY agent. So whatever agent you are using will ask you to specify your private key. That is what will allow you to SSH into your EC2 instance. That is the concept I want you guys to understand because that is what works in any other thing you are doing. Similarly, we have GitHub, right? Let's say this is GitHub. We created the key pair on our computer. When you create the key pair, I can show you guys, right? But you guys probably only seeing one screen because I'm only showing one screen. Let me stop sharing and I'll share my entire screen. Right. So let's look at the same concept. We have two key pairs, right? This is the public one and this is the private one. When I was drawing stuff on my screen, can you guys see it when I was doing all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have our key pair, public, private, and public. GitHub is here. Let me put it where GitHub is here. Right. When you run the SSH keygen, anytime you create a key pair, is always two keys. Don't forget that. So here, I'm going to X out of here and just open here. So when you create a key pair, it always creates it, and there's a general understanding of how things is supposed to work. Whenever you run the command to create a key pair on your computer, by default, it will create it in your home directory. So whether you are using a Windows computer or a Mac computer, the key pair is always stored in your home directory by default. Unless if you go and change that directory when you are creating your key pair, you can specify a different directory. But the key is always stored in your SSH directory. And the reason why the key is stored in your home directory is because when you guys are cloning a repository with GitHub, they understand that the default place they have told it to go look is in your home directory, and in your home directory there's a .ssh folder in there. Are you guys following me? So,
Yes.
so when,
Yes, Aziz.
so that is the concept I don't want you guys to forget. So if you can see this is my home directory. If there's a .ssh folder in there, right? If I double click on it, you can see I have the key pairs in there. The one that has the P sign, that is the public key. The one that has the ID underscore RSA, that is the private key. I've already connected this key pair to a bunch of things. So I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to copy it out of here. So ignore what I'm doing. I don't want to delete my key because I have it connected to my CI/CD thing. But I'm just going to copy it somewhere on my computer. So when I'm done with this tutorial, I'll just paste it back here. So this is the home directory on my computer. Let me delete that .ssh. That .ssh is done. I've deleted it, right? So if I create a key pair again, so the command is, let me find that command. I know it's SSH, it's keygen, but I don't always memorize all the command. Command.
SSH-keygen.
Yeah. SSH hyphen keygen. If I keygen, and I think it's T for type, RSA, and B for byte. I don't know if it has hyphen B, and I think it's 20. We can use 2048 or something. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the command to create a key pair. This is what I'm explaining. The concept of key pair is the same, whether you are creating in the console or anywhere, it's the same. When you create a key pair, two keys get created. Watch. So now here, I told you guys that when you create a key pair, this is when I created on my computer. The default place it will put it is in your home directory in the .ssh folder. That is the default place it put it. Because when GitHub is authenticating, it would go and look in your .ssh folder to find it. So here, when I run this command, right? Watch in here, I deleted that .ssh folder. Watch what happens. So here it is asking me to specify my, here, this is where it gives you the option to change where you want to save the key. So if you want to save the key in a different directory, you would save it here. But if you choose to save it in a different directory, you would have to tell GitHub exactly where your key is, because GitHub will not know that by default. So I just always leave it in the directory that GitHub expects it to be. So that's the .ssh. I'll press enter. Right, it is asking me to put a password. I'm not going to put a password. You saw when I press enter, you saw that it created that .ssh directory for me, right there. Then I press enter again. I just press enter to create my key pair, right? So I've created the key pair. You see, it created the .ssh directory. If I go in this directory, you can see I have two key pairs. The one that has the P on it, that's the public key, and this one is the private key. So the concept of key pair is the same. Let's come back to my diagram that I was drawing here. I've showed you guys the two keys that gets created. Let me just kind of like move this. Where's the way? This white thing is in the way. Okay, let me move it here. So you guys can see my two keys. So what I'm saying is, what we did in that GitHub project is we have the two keys, which is what I'm showing you here, the public, the private, and the public. So in order for us to be able to clone our repository, to authenticate to GitHub to clone our repository, we uploaded the public key in GitHub. That's when you guys copy the print of this public key and upload it to GitHub. While this private one is still staying on your computer. That is what allows you guys to authenticate. If you delete this private key, let's say I delete this private key from here, you guys test it. And all these things, I want you guys to test it out. If I delete my private key, what's going to happen? Delete your private key and try to clone a repository and see if you are able to clone it. This is how key pair works. I want you guys to always remember that. And there was one last thing I was getting to, right? We've explained the concept of the key pair. So let me explain the concept of the key pair for you that you should always remember. Key pairs comes in two, public and private, right? Whatever you are trying to connect to has to have the public key, and you that is trying to connect has to have the private key. That is the concept of the key pair. So remember, this is the public key. Whatever you are trying to connect to has to have the public, and the person trying to connect has to have the private. So keeping this concept in mind, what if I have an EC2 instance here and an EC2 instance here? So this EC2 instance is in a private subnet. This EC2 instance is in a public subnet. This EC2 instance is trying to connect to this EC2 instance. Using the concept we just explained, what does this EC2 instance have to have, and what does this EC2 instance have to have for this EC2 instance to be able to connect to it? So this is EC2 instance 1, and this is EC2 instance 2. This EC2 instance is trying to connect to this EC2 instance. So what does this one have to have? And this is assuming our security group, everything is set up correctly. I'm strictly speaking about key pairs now. Do you guys want to take a guess?
Yeah, instance 1 needs to have the private key, while instance 2, the public key.
Exactly. That is how it works. When you guys work on the Ansible project, this is what allows the EC2 instance to be able to talk to each other. So in many cases, when we used to use the SSH key, and someone would say, oh, I can't connect from my bash channels to my private server, it's because your key pairs are not set up correctly. This is assuming your security group is also set up correctly. This is how key pair works. You guys should always remember that. This is another concept that I don't want you to forget. Because when you start work and they say, oh, you need to set up your SSH keys, sometimes they will tell you create SSH key on your computer and send us the public key. You know why they are telling you to create an SSH key and send them the public key for your SSH key? Because they're going to put your public key on their systems to allow you to be able to connect to it using your private key. You understand? So every company has different methods they use, but ultimately for the key pair process, the concept behind it, that is what you guys should understand. So whatever the key comes into, just to rephrase again, the key comes into, the thing that is trying to connect will have the private, and whatever you are trying to connect to has the public. That is the only way it would work. I want you guys to test something. Remember I told you that your key pair is in the, let me clear this thing. This is like a homework assignment I want you guys to test out. Remember I said when you create a key pair on your computer, it creates it in the .ssh directory in your home directory. I want you guys to launch an EC2 and launch an EC2 instance and select your SSH key when you are launching the EC2 instance, the same way you guys always do, and add your SSH key to the EC2 instance. When you launch the EC2 instance, I want you to SSH into it, and you will notice that the key is in the same exact directory as what it would be on your computer. Remember on your computer, I said it would be on your home directory in the .ssh folder. Similarly, on your EC2 instance, it will be in the home directory of your EC2 instance in the .ssh folder. If you guys test that and it doesn't work, I'll give you guys some money. So that is what I want you guys to understand. When I was learning these things, this is how I learned it. I just always compare it to my computer. Okay, this is how this works on my computer. It must be the same way it works on the, because there's no, your EC2 instance is just like your regular computer you are working on now. So a lot of these things, when you test it on your computer, just compare it back to the EC2. Really, that's how I was learning it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So much sense.
So that's how you guys have to look at it. It's the same thing with when you guys set up SSH keys. When you run, let me clear this. Let me clear. Going to remove this pen. It's the same way when you guys configure your when you guys configure your AWS configure your users access key and secret access key, it's the same way. So here, when you run AWS configure and you configure your users access key and secret access key, again, they know, because think about it, there's millions of computers out there, or however many computers, everybody's working on AWS, right? How is AWS going to know where you are storing your access key and when I'm storing my access key on my computer? So in order to eliminate that confusion, they've agreed on one place on your computer where your key pair or your access keys are supposed to store. So that way, when you are authenticating, the system knows to go in there to go look for it. So that's why I'm saying, like, on your home directory on your computer, you know, one thing that I like and I don't like is when how do I won't say I like or I don't like, but when you guys are okay, my courses are recorded on a Windows computer, right? And part of how I want you guys to learn is what am I looking for? Just a second. Just a second. So my courses are recorded on a Windows computer. And part of how I want you guys to learn is I've always said that the concepts are the same. So the concept, there is no difference with the concepts are the same. So someone was telling me, why someone actually got mad at me this week and said, they were so frustrated because they said, oh, why would you record it on a Windows computer and you don't record it on Mac to show me? Again, I don't want to show you guys step by step because you are using a Windows computer now. What happens when they give you a Mac computer at work, right? The reason why I didn't do it, now I'm making everything for Windows and Mac, but the reason why I didn't do that initially is because one, I didn't have a Mac computer, and two, I've just always thought that you guys look at it from a concept standpoint. So what I mean is that if I created a key pair on my computer and I said the key pair is stored in the home directory on my Windows computer, it is the same thing with your Mac. Just look for the home directory on your Mac computer. The .ssh directory will be there, and you go in there, you'll find your key pair. And that is the concept. So that's why I'm always preaching, look at the concept, look at the concept, look at the concept. So for the last thing, let's talk about the SSH, I mean, not SSH, but like access key and secret access key. So again, the AWS will store it in your home directory. So if I go in my home directory here, right, this is the home directory on my computer. In your home directory, AWS will create a folder called .aws. And in that folder is where AWS will store your access key and secret access key. I don't have the .aws folder because I deleted it earlier, right? So watch. Now, if you open your terminal, right, I'm just going to move this side by side. If you open your terminal and you type, if you type AWS configure, press enter. It is asking you for your access key. I'm just going to pick some random thing. It doesn't matter. You assume this is my access key. You enter your access key. It is asking you for your secret access key. You enter it. I'm just not enter that because right? I enter my secret access key. It is asking you for your region. I enter US East 1. Press enter. And the default, I just press enter, right? Watch when I press enter, watch over here. Say that it created the .aws folder, right? In it, you'll find your config and credentials that will store whatever you set here, right? So if I open this and set open with Notepad, right? You can see whatever I configured here. So what I'm saying is the act of typing AWS configure, all that is doing is it is creating this .aws folder and it is storing your credentials in it. You can come in this folder, you can create this folder yourself and create these two files in it and store your credential in it. But when you do that, The reason why I don't always do it that way is because when you do it, in order for it to work, you have to make sure you follow the same pattern AWS expects. Similarly, if you run AWS configure on your EC2 instance, it will be stored in the home directory of that EC2 instance. In it, you will find the .aws, and in the .aws, you'll find your credentials. This is how I want you guys to be thinking about things you guys are working on. It's just, that's why I always preach the concept. It is not different from it. What I just showed you is not different on Mac. It is the same on Mac. It is the same on Windows. It is the same on Linux. It is the same everywhere. But if you focus on the step that, oh, I type the AWS configure and I put my access key and secret access key, and I'm able to connect, then you will miss the key thing you are supposed to learn when you are trying to troubleshoot. Because if you understand that the process of running this command is creating a file in a specific directory on your computer. So that's sometimes when I try to run CLI command, it doesn't work. You know, the first thing I do, I know that I need to come in this directory and check my file, because sometimes my access key may have been outdated. So I'll come here and check. Does that make sense? Am I making sense to you guys? I'm just trying to preach
Yes, you are. Yes, yes, yes.
the fact about focusing on concepts rather than following steps.
Yes.
So now that I've showed you this, that you guys, like, let's say you worked on this, you understand this concept now, and I'm telling you this, you can do it on Windows, you can do it on Mac, you can do it on Linux. I don't have to show you how to do it on all three operating systems, because if I'm telling you, you run the AWS configure command, your key will be in the .aws directory in the home directory of your computer. So on all three systems, you just find the home directory on them. This is, I'm telling you guys, this is how I learned it.
Thank you so much, Aziz. I wanted to even say something about IT, because it's not really about knowing how to just follow steps and do things. It's about learning the concept. Because now we are knowing that there's Kubernetes. Tomorrow there can be something else that will come out. So you have to learn the concept and keep learning. That's what they put. Because I was reading one of those requirements on one job description. They're saying that you have to be ready to learn every time, to learn new concept and all that. So I think the job is just learning on the job. You have to learn. You cannot know everything before you get the job. When you're on the job, you still learn some things and keep learning, because things will still come up, new concepts will come in, new versions and everything will come in. So you have to just be ready to grind yourself and be able to troubleshoot and all that. So that's just it. Thank you so much. Because I've learned so much on your platform.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw a meme yesterday online. Someone said, what was it? What was it? Maybe I need to start sharing memes with you guys. It was so true. Sounds like, I'm so tired of being a DevOps engineer, because every day I have to learn something new. And it's exactly like that. Like, you're always learning. New technologies are coming. Look at now. I wanted to share news with some of you guys. Maybe next week I'll do it. It was like the CEO of NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is a company that makes, like, they make graphic. I probably don't know everything that they do, but on a basic level, I know they make graphics card for that the companies like Microsoft, for example, use on their computer, Apple or whoever, right? So they are one of the leading company that's making all these graphics card that allows computer to be able to function in where your computer have just very powerful, right? So they also making the graphics card that a lot of companies have been using, the GPUs that they've been using for this artificial intelligence that we are all seeing now, that is everywhere, right? Things like the Chat GPT, where they require so much compute power to be able to process so much information and get you the answer you want in like seconds, right? So one of the press conference he did last week, or whenever I did it, I didn't watch it, but someone posted it. He said that he's actually predicting that in the next coming years, people won't have to learn how to code. He's pretty much saying, like, I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with it, but I see where they are trying to go. He was saying that there won't be a need to learn how to code, because they are creating computers that can will write all the codes to do anything we are trying to do. So basically, when I was reading up on it, part of what they are trying to do is ChatGPT does not end at we put our little error in there and it tells us, okay, fix this, fix that.
Yes.
They are trying to create a ChatGPT in AI that is smart enough that the AI can build its own AI and the other AI can build its own. So essentially what we are doing, they are trying to create systems and artificial intelligence that can do the same thing, even much better than human beings.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I saying that? I mean, it's again, it goes into the IT world. There's always technology coming outside of technology, coming outside of technology. If you are someone that is learning and you are focusing on steps and not focusing on concepts and not focusing on how you can use what you have to benefit you, you will be left behind because whatever you've learned today may be outdated tomorrow. But as long as you keep focusing on the concepts, right? Don't be reluctant to learning new things. I know I'm the same way too. Anytime I want to learn new things, I'm always like, oh my God, I have to learn this. But it's just something you have to do to to stay ahead of the game. So pretty much essentially this whole AI thing they are creating, that is where it is going. They are creating an AI. So let's say how the guy was explaining is like, let's say they need to write a complex code that can solve a particular problem. As it stands right now, human beings are not able to write that code, but an AI is able to write it. So they are now saying that, okay, since an AI can write this complex code, why don't we just give it to the AI to do instead of giving it to human beings? Because the AI right now is doing a better job than human beings is doing. Maybe I don't agree. Some people point out, maybe with reasoning, AI can reason like human beings. But in terms of like solving some type of complex problem, they've tested it and they're saying AI is doing better than human beings. So ultimately, that's where they are trying to go, where they are creating AI that can create their own AI to solve problems. So I'm only saying that to say, don't just focus on completing the project. If you really want to be a cloud engineer, really focus on solving problems, which is really why I'm trying to like do the Python project with you guys. And eventually we'll start using how we can use ChatGPT to do some of our projects. And I'm not talking about pasting our error in it. I'm talking about using the ChatGPT API, calling the different API to do different things. That is where you guys have to start thinking. That's where, when you are thinking about your learning journey, that's where you should be thinking about, not just like on a basic step here. What we are doing here is just to scratch the surface. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know that in some of the job description right now, they want you to be more familiar with artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I won't be surprised if later on they will start requesting it.
yeah.
Yeah. So nothing to scare you guys, but again, that's why I always preach concept over steps. If you understand the concept to do something, trust me, you'll know the step. Because you can just, I just showed you, if I tell you this is the concept of how access key and secret access key work on Windows, because you know that concept, you can do the same thing on Mac, you can do the same thing on Windows, and you can do the same thing on Linux. When I got my job and they gave me a Mac computer, one of the projects I worked on way back when, they gave me a Mac computer. That was my first time ever using Mac computer. So I was struggling with learning how to use Mac computer and also learning how things work on Mac. But because I already understand the key pair process or a lot of concept, it was easier for me to work on Mac because I just said, okay, I know when I create a key pair, it will be in the home directory of my Mac computer. Then I'll just Google it if I don't know it. Where is the home directory on my Mac computer? And in most cases, on every computer is the same. They are not trying to make it difficult for you guys. You guys know that when you open your EC2 instance, when you SSH into your EC2 instance for the first time, you are in the home directory of your EC2 instance. When you open your terminal on Mac, you are in the home directory. When I open PowerShell on my Windows computer, right, I am in the home directory. Remember when I was showing you right here, my home directory on my computer is admin. Here in the folder that I was showing you where I said my SSH key is in, you can see it is in the admin thing. And another way I learned is the same thing that I see here. I try to go look for it in the terminal, right? So if the terminal is telling me, or is stored in the home directory, you can see here, it says C users admin. All I have to go is open my Explorer, right? The C is here. I select the C and it's telling me in the C, there's users. I look for users here. Users is here. Then in the users, there's admin. The admin is there. Then that I know, okay, this is my home directory. That is how I was learning, just the same way you guys work with your EC2 instance when you are moving your files from one directory to another. You have to be able to go in there and see what is in there. That's why I'm always saying ls there, let's see what's there, ls, let's see. So this is how I learned. So sorry for keeping you guys a little bit long. I'll probably sound like a broken record, but always focus on concepts.
Aziz,
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry to ask you this question, please. I know you are getting ready to leave. Please, my question is this. I was trying to check online some documentation about on AWS, but I find it difficult to actually get how to navigate about that particular documentation. For instance, I was trying to check on how to use Bastion hosts to create Bastion hosts on AWS in a private subnet, but I saw something that related. I didn't know how to get the right one.
Okay. So sometimes it is, sometimes when you are typing something on Google is most, wrong thing. Sometimes it is the way you are, it could be the way you are typing it. Sometimes it could be there's not enough information there, right? So what specifically were you looking for? Let me see if I can
check like how to host to create a Bastion host. Bastion in the private subnet.
So that's the thing. Bastion host does not go in the private subnet, right? The whole point of a Bastion host is it must be in a public subnet for it to work. So if you are looking for how to create a Bastion host in a private subnet, you're not going to find anything on it. And if you find something on it, it is wrong. Because the point of the Bastion host is, remember when I was showing you this reference architecture? The point of the Bastion host is that we have our private server that we need to connect to. So if we are using SSH key, in order for us to be able to connect to this server, we have to create a Bastion host in the public subnet. We will connect to the Bastion host we'll connect to the Bastion host in the public subnet. And from this Bastion host, we can connect to the EC2 instance in the private subnet. That is how a Bastion host works.
So I will just SSH from the NAT gateway EC2 instance to the web server at the private at the database subnet.
Explain that again.
Well, what I'm saying is this. Let's say you have an EC2 instance in the NAT gateway subnet, right? Like the public subnet 1, right? So I want to connect to the private subnet, which is web server subnet. So that means I will SSH. I will use this EC2 instance in the
public subnet.
Subnet to SSH in the private subnet.
Exactly. That is how it works. So just even skip the whole Bastion host thing. If you don't want to call it Bastion host, just call it EC2 instance, because that is all it is. We are not, some companies may do certain configuration on it to make sure it meets security requirement, but essentially what it is just another EC2 instance that you put in the public subnet that allows you to, so you connect here, then from this one, you connect here. That is how it works.
So does that mean that we use a endpoint connection for this second one, the one in the private
Okay.
subnet?
Good point. So when we created the bash channels, right? And we are connecting, this was when we were using key pairs, as I said, key pairs, right? Now that AWS has created this endpoint, right? We don't need to, now that AWS has created the endpoint, we don't need to use the key pair and we don't need to use the bastion host because the endpoint will allow you to connect directly into your private subnet. That is the benefit of using it.
Okay.
So before, in our projects we had before, we were using SSH key. That's why we needed bastion host. The reason why I'm started preaching using the endpoint now, because I like it a lot, makes my job easier. I don't have to set up bastion host and all these additional things. And I don't have to create key pairs either. I just create my endpoint, set my security group, and it allows me to connect directly into my private instance. So that is the difference.
Okay.
With endpoint, you don't need bastion host. And if I can find that documentation, let me just close this. Let's see. Right. I think this is the documentation AWS did, right? So this was like a blog someone wrote on it, right? I'm just trying to show you where let me just decide for it. Okay, right here. Okay, so you can see the documentation here. So it says, today AWS launched the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, a new feature that allows you to connect securely to your instances from the internet. With EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, you no longer need a internet gateway in your VPC, a public IP address for your resources, a bastion host, or any agent to connect to your resources. That is the point of it. You can see here. So you no longer need, but we will still need an internet gateway because our resources is trying to have access to the internet. But if you don't need to access the internet, you just need to connect into your internet, then you won't need an internet gateway, right? In our project, we use internet gateway because we're always downloading stuff from the internet, right? So so that is what it is. So as a bonus, your organization administrator is also relieved of the operational overhead of maintaining and patching bastion hosts for connectivity. So you can see, yeah, right. So that's the point of us using it. With EC2, I closed my image. But with the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, you don't have to have bastion host anymore. And this goes again back to my preaching, endless preaching of concept. Maybe I'll make a logo that says concept. No steps. You guys don't memorize steps. I would rather you guys memorize the concept of how something works. Because if you understand how it works, and trust me, I understand how to certain things work. But if you ask me, what did AWS put in the bastion host? What did AWS put in the endpoint to allow it to do other stuff? I don't know. But I understand how it works. And the things that I need to put together to make it work. Now I'm saying if you understand it from that point, it's good enough. If you had to tell me the network connectivity of the key pair, okay, yeah, I understand the private key and the public key, this and this, but what is happening behind the hood? I don't know. But I understand the concept of key pairs, where you need to put them, in order to connect between one resource and another resource. And I'm saying if you understand that, that is good enough. You can always learn as you go because you're not going to know it all. Okay, so
Thank you.
no problem. So that is pretty much it for today. I haven't eaten today. I feel like I'm about to pass out. So
Please go ahead, too. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Aziz. Thank you.
yeah, so
Thank you so much, Aziz.
you're welcome. So that's it. Next week, if we don't have as much troubleshooting, we'll start with like a Python project. I want us to start doing more outside of the project. Once you guys are done with your project, we can start doing more automation things, like things that start looking at how we can use AWS to create like a product or solve problems. And I'm thinking about that. And once I have some cool projects I'll share with you guys.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. No problem. You guys have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys throughout the weekend next week.
You too.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. So Alex, the link is in the Slack channel. Just message me on Slack. I'll show you how to get it. So in our Slack channel, look on the in the AWS DevOps Slack channel, right? Then look in the upper right-hand corner, right? Look in the upper right-hand corner. You will see a icon there. It says Canvas. Click on that icon. In that Canvas, you will see all the links, all the relevant links for our class. In there, you also see the Zoom link. So you can use the Zoom link to access the class. Let me know if you find it. If you don't find it, message me on Slack. I'll show you how to get it. Thank you, everyone. Mobin, thank you. Yeah. So that's just what I always preach. Focusing on concepts, not steps, because the step can change, but as long as you understand the concepts, you'll be fine. So thank you for even sticking along this far. Thank you. All right. You guys have a good weekend. I'll probably be back online sometime either tomorrow or sometime this week. So I'll see you guys then. Have a good weekend and see you on the next one. Bye.